You know what? I'll just be grateful my microphone was not unmuted when I just did that. Oh, God. I had to move my desk over a little bit, and then I burped really loud at my microphone. And that would have been disgusting to start my stream with. Absolutely vile. Disgusting. So, for the future, and for those watching in the future, I am sick, so I do apologize if my normal talking is reduced. Hi, Interactum. Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, I think I picked up something while I was out for the wedding this weekend. I think I picked something up, and this is being exacerbated by the fact that my area is currently having an air quality advisory. So that sucks. Thankfully, okay, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing per se, but the part of my throat that hurts is not near where I talk or where I swallow. It's not like right in the middle where my the lymph nodes are. It's right at the entrance of the throat. So it's like annoying enough where if I talk long enough, I have to cough and like clear it out. And it's irritating when I talk and when I breathe, but it's not so irritating that I can't talk, and it's not so irritating I can't eat or drink. But it's just annoying enough where it's causing me issues. So what I might end up doing is I'll try to limit my talking to either breaks or when I'm like reading off stuff. Otherwise, I will try my best to... You know what's the problem? Is I say I'm going to try my best to limit my talking, and that is acting as if I can stop myself from talking, you know? Like, I love talking. I do not shut up on stream. So I'm going to have to do my best to remember not to talk as much as usual. Also, Nahamaha, it's good to see you again. Oh, God. I'll just apologize in advance if there's any gross phlegm noises or I have to clear my throat and I don't... Or if I cough and I don't have time to mute the microphone. I'll just apologize preemptively, because... It's one of those things, though, where it's like, I didn't know anybody had... Like, because apparently somebody I was around had might have had some stuff, so... I'm hoping I can, recover quickly, get through it. And my big hope is that I don't bring it with me when it's like, if I'm still feeling a bit under the weather on Friday... I'm very much like, okay, do I go to Magic and risk getting everyone else sick? And the answer might be no. I don't want to do that. I don't like the idea of getting people sick just because I'm like, oh, I don't want to play my game. It's like, yeah, because I feel good, that doesn't mean the virus is gone, I might want to be careful about it. Okay, so last time we got the Ice Queen. We did. Make sure I understand fully what I did. Where is it? Do we carry it, or am I going crazy? Oh, you know what? Hang on. I do need to sell some stuff. So let me go to... Oh. Oops. Let me go back up to... I'm going to go to the store. I'm going to sell some stuff. If I can. I forgot. I didn't realize I had things I could sell. But in any case, oh, God. Fingers crossed I can make it through today's stream without passing out or... Hang on. Ah! Alright, we're good. We're good. I think the part that kind of had me feeling the worst was actually that I wanted to get right back to work again, and not being able to do that today was... That made me a little sad, I'll be honest. I think it made me a little sad that I wasn't able to get, it kind of feels like it's very, I would say that it's definitely a little bit of a weird thing to say that I'm, sad that I couldn't just get immediately back to work today. Because yesterday I took off hoping to rest up. And then, of course, today I'm sick. Such a horrid mixture. But, yeah, no, I was hoping that... Sell that. Okay. I was kind of hoping that I could get back to... I did do some writing today, though, so I was pretty proud of that. I was able to get something done. Ah, jeez. Okay. I don't think we can afford or need anything else, I don't think. Let's see. I think we were in the middle of hunting for Jin, I think. I'm trying to remember because I don't know if do we need to have I'm curious now. Are we meant to have 5 per? Is that where we're at right now? I wasn't very sure if we were supposed to have 5 of each or if this is what we... Oh wait, no. What was it? It was 22, yeah? We got all of them last time? Yes. Okay, no, you're right. You're right. I remember. I remembered that we needed 22 in total. Yeah, 10. Well, yeah, it was 10 plus 8 plus 4. Yeah, 22. That's right, because we needed 22 in total before we went forward in the game. That's right. We did all that last time. We did all the hunting last time. Among other stuff we got done. Okay, I think now we just... I think the only thing we have to do now is just go up to the thing. Apologies, my brain is not with it. Okay. I will try my best to also minimize my apologizing because I recognize that that'll also get tired. Like me coughing into the microphone, it'll get tired if I just keep you... I'm sorry. I did feel a little self-conscious about my frame. There, you know, we took 23. Wait a minute, hang on. 5, 10 plus 12. 10 plus 12 is 22. That means we need one more. We're missing one. Well, it's not that big of an emergency, but I was like, oh, we're missing one. I see. Because we have... Yeah, because we have 10 plus 12. So that means there's one missing. We have 7 water, 5 fire, 5 earth. We have 5 wind. What is 23 then? Is 23 another water one? That would make logical sense to me because that would be like, okay, give him all 4, 5 to Karis. Okay, so we are not done yet. That is what I'm understanding. It is good I caught that. It's good we caught that before I just ran off. If it's 23 we actually need, then yeah, we're missing one. If it's 22, then we're good. If it's 23, then we're missing one. That is my understanding of the current problem. Oh. You know, I feel like it's kind of, maybe it's a bit mean to me, but I have this realization while I'm, you know, like today while I've been like feeling sick, is that I so envy 10 years ago. It's like I would get sick, fall asleep for 12 hours, and then I would just be immediately, like, it would just be over. It would just, sickness over, we're done. Now it's like it takes 2 to 3 days for me to get through it all, and I'm like, come on, man. I don't have time to be sick this long. I do have a ginger ale next to me with emphasis on the ginger because there's a brand of ginger ale that's like, you know, they call it a ginger soda instead, which is not. But yeah, it's actually like real ginger, which is a very good cure-all. Okay. Okay, question. Do we go looking for it? Because I know that this is a point of no return. Do we want to go looking? I don't know where we'd be looking, but... Oh, hello. Do you sell anything I really want? Reduces random monster encounters. That's nice, but I don't need it. No, I misread the thing. You have them all so far. Oh, okay. So it is 22. Okay. No worries, no worries. I appreciate you checking, though. I feel like... It's kind of funny, because I feel like Golden Sun is one of the few series where it's like... I feel a bit more lenient about help, but I think that also comes with the asterisk of I did acquire the guidebook for the first 2 games, which was a stroke of luck because they had the 1 copy at my local shop. I still have it. I think it's on the shelf. I think I moved it to the shelf now because it's like I don't need it right now, but I do still have the book. I take good care of my books. Can I use the thing? What did I need to do? I actually need to double check. What do I need? We have the ice stone. Use it to... Oh, we need to put the... I need to put the... I think now I need to put the I need to put the forge in reverse. Duh. Foolishness. I need to go back to the forge. That's what I was missing. Okay, that's what I forgot. Okay, so I go to the fire. Okay, question. What sign or jude do I need to use again? I straight up forgot which synergy I need to use. Brain, work with me here. Question, does Tyrell have the... Yeah, he has the Sand Prince. Where's the Ice Queen? Here's the Ice Queen. Bestows Cold Snap. Okay, so we need to use Cold Snap. Okay. Use it... Where do I use it? Do I use it... Oh, I use it on those. That's right. I think? Or do I just use it here? I mean, I have room to test. It's fine. Oh, you know what? I probably use it. Those? You know what I will do? There we go. I see. So we have to freeze these things. Got it. Wonder what effects this would have on like the local populace. 'Cause I just realized how we can't unreverse it before we leave. So how are they gonna fix this then? Because we're gonna turn this into like an ice machine. How do we fix that? What untold ramifications will this have? Boggy, our friends have reversed the flow, and they found the Ice Queen stone. How do I not have this in the book already? The gem was created by the ancient Neox, key to gaining the power to put the alchemy forge in reverse. There's seemingly nothing these brave warriors can't do. Well, we can't know the plot, unfortunately. Suppose you'll be heading off to Craggy Peak immediately then. This improves the cloud conditions at the platform, yes. One day I decided to give myself a simple haircut because I didn't want to walk in the heat for a cheap price or pay basically the mall fee for one, but according to my coworker, it didn't turn out that bad. Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's like... I think in particular with clippers, if you do like the go over it yourself kind of thing, it can be a bit slapdash if you have to keep going over it over and over again. But if you're doing like a with scissors, I try to keep mine symmetrical as best I can, but it is a bit of a challenge to get it, like to do a very extensive haircut with scissors. That's pretty tough to do. So that's so good on you. Let's see, to the cloud platform. Let's go. All right. Yeah. Why is my right nostril going? Okay. But yes, that's pretty good though. Honestly, I feel like sometimes with like some tasks are a lot harder to do because you do not have the ability to see things from outside yourself. And in most cases it is literal. You know, it's like I think haircuts and like it's kind of a weird one because I'm reminded of it because my mom gets them once a year as skin checks, you know, like dermatologist stuff. It is very hard to check your own back when you are doing it yourself, you know? Not an easy move. It's the kind of thing that's like... the kind of thing that is pretty good. It's pretty good when you are capable of it, you know? I suggest saving here. Wise decision. You are also spin. Not settings. Oops. Travelogue. I'll save down here. I'll save down here really quick. We'll use this as like a checkpoint save. But save one will be like, we'll just keep saving over it. If we leave, we may not be able to return again. So ready to go? Yes, I will go. Huh. That's pretty cool. Had the game crash once during this next cutscene. Oh, I see. Done so much for us. I'm sorry to see you leave. Can only imagine what adventures lie ahead of you, my friends. Alright, here we go. Adventures would have never gone off the ground without you, Boggy. You've been a good friend and I will miss you deeply. Honor's been all mine, Amity. Alright, here we go. Tell me the button here, but how do we get this thing going? This cloud is forged from floating Zol, so I'm sure the strong winds will carry you. And I'll do my best to blow us across the sky. Wow, what a strong gust. Did she do that? Her powers will come in useful soon, but this gust is a gift from E.G. What do you mean, Grandfather? The parting winds from the coast below, blowing them north where they need to go. Goodbye, take care. Back and visit after your quest is done. Promise that I will return. Aw, that's nice. Here we go. Whoa. Whoa. Clouds of Passage. Whoa. What is the... Where are we, man? What is all this? Take a look at this. What even is this, anyway? Do we use Whirlwind? Oh, I see. So we can use these clouds to move around. I see. Not too bad. Honestly, this is not that hard to figure out. That was pretty good. That's a fun little tidbit. Oh. I do have a question. Why are the clouds... this looks really neat. It is also very bizarre to consider. I guess just considering it as a, like, actual meteorological move is very bizarre. You know what I mean? Go this way. Oh, I see. I see what I need to do. Oh, wait, no. Stop it. Hang on. I know that synergy. That's the grip synergy. I remember these funny pillars. The grip synergy. I feel like whenever they remember to use the grip synergy, it always makes me a little happy, but it also... I don't know, some part of me always feels a little bit... I don't know, like a little bit sad when I see that it's like only it's a once in a while sort of thing. It's very conditional. It is a very conditional synergy, unfortunately. Ooh. Kind of funny though when you see stuff like this though, where they... I know that the Golden Sun and the Lost Age also had some synergy that were pretty specific in their usage. Like that underground, there was that underground, that one that you could dig underground. That one you only used it like, I don't know, like a handful of times maybe. It was not a very common, commonly used synergy. It was very cool. It was a neat gimmick, but it served to be a gimmick and not much further. So, some synergies end up like that, and I don't blame the developers for doing it, but it at times is like, I see. So we're doing it this way. I understand. Whee! I don't know why, but this gives me major... There's a couple of different things this reminds me of, but... Funny enough, the big one for me is actually just... For some reason, I'm thinking of, like, Disney's Hercules. Is that weird? Like, the cloud... I think it's because the styling on the clouds, maybe? I don't know. It's reminding me of... It's like painted, like it has this painted look that is, it's quite fascinating to stare at. It is also funny because I can kind of tell when, I can sort of spot when they've reused a particular cloud formation, but it's not like, I would definitely not say it's a bad thing because they're doing like, frankly, a very impressive move with all these cloud formations. This is pretty hard to do and make it look good. So I imagine it took them quite a bit of time to make it look the way they wanted. How tall is this pillar if it's all the way up here? So we've been going up for a pretty long time now. Whoa. That's pretty cool. I like the effect. I'm down for it. Look at that. Kind of reminds me of when you first entered Driftvale City in Pokemon Black and White. Is that a weird one to pull up? Is that a weird reference? It's just that like showing off the grand scale is a really solid move here. Oh, that's very cool. I'm down for a big stairwell. It's very nice. Yeah, this is cool. This rocks. This is very good. Is there a boss fight up here? A dragon of sorts. I need some water. Hang on. Oh god, my nose. You cleared out some. Oh, we made it. We did make it to the top of Craggy Peak. So what's up here? big statue. Here's these ruins are deserted. I hear nothing. Yeah, no one lives here. How could you be so sure? The smell. If people lived here, I'd be able to smell some food, but not a whiff. Oh, I mean, that's actually a fair assumption. Yeesh, let's just get going. Ignore him. Oh, okay. I mean, he's not wrong. That's actually a fair... Can I just say that actually is a reasonable assumption? Like, I know that sounds weird, but, like, he is kind of correct, though, that you would at least smell something. Like, human existence would leave evidence, so... And if people live here currently, you would at least smell something going on. And food is not a bad marker. Like, granted, he probably could have chosen a different... He probably could have chosen something else instead of like food, but honestly, he's not wrong. Equip the grip. Equip the grip is a very... it's a good rhyme. Here... I'm gonna guess there's something up here, right? I'm guessing I want to go inside, so what's up here? Hello. We are gone, but you may harness our power to find the way forward. Oh. Can I just say, it's much more polite to leave these than, like, messages left in blood. You know, of all ancient civilizations, at least these guys are polite enough to, like, write out the full script of their words. Hey, that's the wise guy. Well, the wise one, but, you know. I'm a little less charitable to the wise one, if only because it really does turn out he does not know everything. My dude really tried his best, huh? Oh, boy. Okay. Apologies. Stop. I have to stop myself from saying apologies. Alright, let's see. Go. I will say that Final Fantasy XII copy I got has been staring at me like the Green Goblin mask, and I've been wanting to do nothing but play it myself. Oh. Looks like an ancient mirror, but for some reason the reflection is of a centaur instead of me. Oh. Well, that's a bit awkward. It's a metaphor or something. Now I'm thinking about that stupid... Why am I thinking of that bit from the real-time fandom of Kingdom Hearts where it's like, it's a metaphor. Always a metaphor. I feel like... I don't know why, but I feel like this game would be... I feel like this game would be more material for memes. But it's funny. You know what's funny, actually, now that I consider it? I feel like there's a reason why I don't see many memes of this game. There's not a whole lot of things that don't take themselves seriously. Like, even the funny moments aren't really that bombastic. You know, I'm thinking like Dragon Quest has massive contrast between its, like, silliness and its, like, darkness, you know? Like, because Dragon Quest gets, like, really freaking heavy sometimes. I know 11 gets heavy as heck. It's pretty dark, man. But then there's also, like, all of, what's his name? Oh my god, I hate that I'm forgetting his name, because he's funny as all heck, and he's one of my favorite dudes in games. What's his name? Sylvando. Yeah, that's his name. I remember. Yeah, Sylvando. I just remember him showing up in his ship. Like, it's like, dude has one of the most emotional moments in the game, but also shows up in his ship, posed up like Freddie Mercury. Like, ah, yes, of course. I understand. But this, well, like, Dragon Quest does that. Final Fantasy does it sometimes. They have funny moments mixed in. But this game doesn't do that. Like, Golden Sun does it. Like, it's like a very... Its tone is pretty... Like, if we use a sine wave to showcase the graph, Like stuff like Dragon Quest Final Fantasy, I think would be on the higher, have higher amplitude. I think Dragon Quest would be the highest of the group, but I feel like Golden Sun is like, and when I say shallow waves, I don't mean like it's a shallow experience. I mean more like its changes in tone are very little. Like it pretty directly knows what it wants to do. What am I choosing? My star sign? I don't know what that one. I know that's Taurus, Gemini. What's the crab one? Cancer? I will say I don't think often about my astrology sign. I am a Capricorn, but I don't think about it very often. Not anymore. Kind of used to be my personality for a bit there. Only flames can sate the lion's hunger. Okay, all right, feed him fire. Interesting. So we have to go into each... So we go into each room, solve their puzzle, and we're good? I feel like this game also has a surprising amount of real-world mythology scattered in its own lore, which is at times a bit confusing, because the implication would be that this is Earth, because... Okay, this is one of those things that's kind of odd, but the implication is that this is Earth or has the exact same constellations, because the zodiac is built on constellations. Like all of the these are mapped, like those things are mapped to the stars. So and we also have like Poseidon in this game. He is a dude who actually shows up. So I've always wondered what the design choices were. Like, I wonder how it was decided. You know what I mean? I've always wondered that sort of stuff, because it's not necessarily a bad, like I said, not a bad thing, just like an odd choice, given the, whoa. Oh no, not this again. I know exactly what I'm supposed to do here, and each twin seeks the other for comfort. Yep. Oh, brother, I know what this is. I know what you are. Yeah, I know this puzzle. We've done this one. We've done this one before. Or at least a variant of it. This is exactly the kind of puzzle that... This is the kind of puzzle that makes your brain hurt. I think this is the correct move. This is a very I will say, this is a very fascinating puzzle. I do appreciate it, but... My god, can you imagine trying to solve this in first person or something? Like, you have a statue, you have to move it accordingly, and it's like, oh god, dude. Slaps game like uses card. This bad book can fit so many mythologies. Yeah, seriously. I think the only game we've played where... I think the only series we've played where they do more mythologies is like Shin Megami Tensei or Persona. But they like... I swear to God, they treat that stuff like they're ripping a booster pack of cards. Like, all right, give me every god from every mythology. And all 72 demons from the Gosha, please. Like, what are we doing if we don't have all 72 demons from the Gosha? Like, what are we doing? Okay, I think I see the vision of a path. It's funny, too, because this game primarily, I would say primarily pulls from Greek mythology, which is a very curious move. And also thematically appropriate, because like some of the most famous Greek stories are in the form of tragedy, and I kind of wonder if that's the point. You know, like they're pulling from a tradition of stories that is very steeped in having to reckon with the world-ending possibilities of the power. Whoa. I think this, like, it is interesting seeing that this one, like, what it picked and what it didn't. I would say also that it's the specific choices it made that are kind of what intrigued me so much. Also, ad break. Okay. Well, I'm gonna read encyclopedia. I'm gonna read the encyclopedia while I have a moment. I'm not gonna talk too much during the ad break, but I am going to read this really quick. Well, apologies for going so quiet. It will happen again, but I'm going to do so my voice does not give out on me. I'm recognizing that overdoing it today might be a poor decision. It is nice to read some of this stuff, though. I do remember the Gabamba statue. There we go. Okay. It's also interesting how many of these I wasn't able to read. Is Poseidon in this list? I don't know why I'm thinking about it. Yeah, Poseidon. Here he is. He got stood in the way of all those who tried to sail past him. Kind of ankle in order to breach Poseidon's invulnerability. Yeah, you just fight Poseidon. Like, that's just a thing you do. I always thought that was kind of funny. You know, just like, oh yeah, we're gonna fight. I think he's also the only of the Greek gods we fight directly. Very fascinating what they did here. Oh, jeez. Okay. Ad break's over. I can continue. Okay. Clear my throat. Ah, God. The jug. I forget which sign is this one again? I don't remember which sign. I don't remember which one it is, but I at least remember that it is. Ah. Dirge and Bone Fighter. Not sure if... Yeah, these guys aren't doing too much damage, but... Yeah, these guys are easy. Chomp change. Immediately reach level 17. Oh, I see. Poor guy does not get a celebration for his. He gets a thumbs up and a high five. What a shame, truly. Oh, do I have to move it from here? Huh? I don't know why, I was just thinking, I'm like, I feel like I'm like that, that. Jeez. Shouldn't be too hard to fight to win, though, I don't think. I feel like some of these fights are going to end up being I just smash buttons and pray. Because some of them are, I'm just not going to be moving fast at all. This way. There we go. How do I get that thing? Can I grip Synergy the box? Ah. I'm uncertain if I can grip Synergy the box, but maybe we can. Or there's something else to open that. Fill the jug with water. Lift the jug high and receive the bounty of rain. So it is not douse. Not douse. Oh, it is douse. Okay, never mind. You know what I'm just thinking? I know this is a bit of it kind of silly, but I feel like the Golden Sun universe has one particular trait that I always find a little bit funny. The amount that the ancient peoples did with alchemy, specifically for like locking down buildings, is so fascinating to me because here's the thing. In ancient peoples, at least to my understanding about how, you know, ancient civilizations work, right? Maybe I'm just like, I feel like I'm almost being a bit pedantic saying as much, but it feels like, okay, why would you put all this effort into specifically not just like, oh, you're locking people out of a place? That's not what's happening here. It's very explicitly building a building that only people with Synergy can use, but you're locking it off, like, with the express intent that it is to be solved. That's what I mean. Is like, they built entire, like, temples as giant puzzles. And that is such a bizarre thing to do. Like, outside the context of a video game, right? Like, just imagine if, like, I don't know, the actual, like, Aztec people. Just picture with me for a moment that, like, everything was like Indiana Jones, but turned to 11. Like, oh yeah, we used all of our time and energy to build giant puzzles. And in this case, they built giant puzzles and all this stuff as a door lock. This is a glorified door lock, right? To go from Craggy Mountain to the bottom. This is, and by the way, this is not a criticism. This is just like one of those things that it's just like, you know, you do stop and think about it sometimes. Like, these guys put so much effort into their doors. Like, it just makes you wonder, if they were doing anything else, what do you think would have happened to the world? Like, the ancient people fell to infighting because I don't even think it would have been because, like, oh, the Synergy is too dangerous. No, it's because the people with Synergy were too busy building freaking... They're out here building the Temple of the Ancients. They're like, oh, we need it. What was that one? It was that one show on Nickelodeon. I think it was Temple of the Ancients, but it's like the temple, the like obstacle course one with all the universal key. Fox made a brain. I just like, well, I'm just thinking though, right? Like, okay, you have all of this stuff, all this power, and your objective is to make puzzles. Like, it's like GLaDOS. Oh my god, it's like GLaDOS, because it's like all this energy, all the possibilities. They could be destroying people, and instead they're spending their time making puzzles. Like, again, not mad about it. Legend of the Hidden Temple, yes, that is the one. That's the one I'm thinking about. And it just like, it just boggles my mind in a particular way that I think is really neat, right? Is that... But it's like, one thing I've noticed, though, is that a lot of video games... It's one of those things, it's like it's an unspoken rule in both fantasy writing and especially video games, is that superstructures are the norm, right? Like, I think Dark Souls is very famous for their superstructures, you know, like the mega structures, like big cathedrals that are like way bigger than you need. Like massive buildings and constructs. And like Zelda has this too. They have temples that are like quite massive. But it's like, okay, if you're thinking about this in the context of like a person who, like, people had to build this thing. Okay, how do you build this thing? The logistics of building some of this stuff is terrifying, even in universe. Like, even in universe, it's like, okay, how many years did this take? Like, if I recall how long, I'm trying to remember exactly how long it took, but I remember that even with the technology of the time, how long? Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. So, okay, the Great Pyramids at Giza, the estimate is 20 years to build, with thousands of people, like, you know, tons of people, tons of resources, all this stuff working together to do this, right? Now, and I'm just thinking, like, some of these structures would have taken, you know, 1 to 2 decades to build, but it's like, okay, holy crap, like, think about, like, you're scaling that up by, you know, a certain amount. There's, like, it's just so insane to me. It's really cool, but it's also like, holy crap, how? You know? Okay, this one... Ow. Wait, does the water oh, it does electrocute me. What the heck? Interesting. Ow. Okay, I think this one here. Or is this not it? Oh, wait, no, this is it. Okay, no, leave this here. Oh, wait, no, I think I need to move this one. I need to move this one closer to the edge, so that it will stay, so that I can move it off when I get it to the other side, I think. I think that's what it wants. I could be wrong, but I think this is what it wants. No, because I weigh a lot more. Okay, hang on. So that is not what it wants to do. I think. No. Only one. Okay. But when I jump on this thing, it lowers it all the way. You've glorified Dorlock, FFX Cloister Trials. Okay, I will say, here's the thing. The Cloister Trials, I hate that I can say this. It does have an in-universe explanation that it's supposed to be a test of the summoner. It's supposed to be a test of the summoner, and theoretically does have a cultural reason for existing. And that one's like, it's a ritual purpose. It actually does have a reason to exist in its form. Now, does it make 100% sense that it exists like that? I would argue that the answer is maybe. The answer is a solid maybe, you know? But it is at least explained in universe why they insist on doing it this way. Even if it's like, brother, why would you design this? Okay. Yes? Yes. Okay, cool. But yeah, There is, but it's like, none of this is to say that this doesn't work at all. This is the stuff that video games are built on. But it's fun, the fun questions for the player, and it's like, when you're able to stop and think, okay, how? I think it's not like you need to break the world and be like, oh, well, you know, it doesn't make any sense. Like, no, it's not that it doesn't make sense. It's that it's one of those things where, you know, the game invites you to ask a question, and sometimes the answer is really weird, you know? Like, sometimes that is the point, that the answer is weird. Like, I would argue that this game having like such a bizarre sort of like relationship with not just the truth, but like the way, but with its own world building. I haven't had like any thoughts of like, oh, this doesn't make sense. It's more like, okay, it's a question that's posed and I have to come up with an answer. And more often it's an invitation for me to think about, okay, here's what the world's presented me with, and with this evidence, what conclusion can I come to, right? And I think that's fun. Some games are gracious and give you answers, right? But others, I think it's game asked why, answer it. Game asked why. It's like, I feel like in general, I feel like the truth lands in a particular spot where, especially with fantasy writing, if the expectation is that you are to know everything about a setting, I think that is a poor decision. Because I think having the mysteries, like, that's why I think Golden Sun is, that's why I think this whole series has kind of stood the test of time, is because there are so many questions that just don't get answered. Like, the first two games do not answer a bunch of questions about how the world works. Case in point, Poseidon himself. Like, he exists. He's real. Never explained. Like, that's a whole can of worms that is just not ever talked about, right? The only important part, really, is that, oh, he's a guy we have to fight to get a thing, right? Like, we fight him for the trident, and that's all that matters, right? It has so little to do with the actual reasons. And I think that's perfectly fine. But it's one of those things that if you're designing a game, sometimes you can have the answers written down all you want, but sometimes you just gotta not answer it. What would you say about Dragoon with all the questions topics brought up so far? Oh man, I'm trying my best to remember everything, and my addled mind is not doing its best, but I think it sits in a pretty solid spot with what we've talked about. From what I remember, it's like, I think it's a pretty close to what I'm talking about, where it's like, yeah, this is it has enough things answered. It knows the answers to the questions, but it doesn't tell all. I think the big thing is just knowing when to even if you know an answer to a question, don't answer it directly, right? It's kind of like you can imply it in dialogue. You can, you know, if it comes up, if it's relevant to the plot, you can bring it up. Otherwise, let it go, you know? I think Dragoon is pretty solid on that front, I think. Like, there were some things that were like more. There was a lot of room. It's actually explained by reading a bookshelf. He was an ancient king of Lemuria, was corrupted by his own powers, mutated into that form as a result. Oh, funny. I'm surprised I didn't even find that book, but actually, Nahama, to that point, it does also. Well, I guess it still begs the question of like. I guess I'm just thinking now. It's like it still opens up the question of. Okay, but they specifically called him Poseidon. Like, the etymology of his name is a pretty important part of how he got there. And also, he was, at one point, if I recall correctly, not Poseidon in that form, but, like, the god before, like, the Mycenaean form was not the same as, like, the modern idea of Poseidon. I don't know, there's just something very specific about Poseidon being in there, even if it's a Lemurian king who is mutated. It's still like, okay, this dude still is called Poseidon, and he is still an ocean god, to the extent that power wise. But it is one of those things that just kind of like, even without that knowledge though, I'm still like, okay, but that it doesn't grew in my mind the thought of like, yeah, but he's still, there's still so many questions about all of that, really. But I think with like, I don't know, to me, in fantasy settings, the best thing you can do is Hours from the Flames. Do I shoot fire at it directly, or? Okay, I'm gonna set this really quick. Oh, interesting. What the heck? Huh. Interesting. So I need to get... Oh, I see. So I need to get them to turn each other off, as it were. This music, I will say, this music is not my favorite jam for this section. Wait, no, not that one, not that one. Almost messed that up. Now I hit this one. That gets rid of that one. Turns that one off. Now I hit this one. Ah. Easy. That's probably one of the best. That is a good puzzle, though. That's the kind of thing that keeps a 10-year-old locked in for 3 hours. Absolutely stunning. That's a good one, though. To have, like, the on-off switches. It's not impossible to solve. It's just a good mind teaser. It's a good brain teaser. That's a good one. I like that. That's good. I think this entire place being just nothing but puzzles has been a decent departure. There, like, we get the occasional fight running from place to place, but not that. It's not. These enemies aren't doing anything to me. Nothing to worry about. Let's swap back to the grip. The grip. Oh, there we go. Hungry fish will climb the very rain to reach food. Can I fire dows from like way out here? You know what is one other aspect of this that I think about sometimes when it comes to this stuff? I know this is the other one that I always think about with, like, especially with puzzles, right? Is who resets these things? I know one of the ones that I thought about with the first two games was the lighthouses. Was like, God forbid some like random adept decided to get halfway through the temple and just left it half complete. Was there like some ancient like ancient keeper who had to go back in and reset all the puzzles? It's something that it's just funny to think about sometimes. I think Pokemon has a fair number of those where it's like, why do these rocks keep getting moved? Who puts these here? Who decided that these rocks were going to be here in perfect placement for the challenger? I don't know. It's always a fun little thought experiment. I think to some degree it's just something that like fantasy. I think fantasy in general, and like I think most fiction does this, but fantasy has a particular like monopoly on this. Is that when you present a world that is very fictional, I think it gives people some leeway in terms of like theory crafting. I think theory crafting is in people's bones when it comes to fiction. It's one of those things that people really like to do. The only downside really with it is when people take their theory crafting outside of the story and to the author. Only because I have seen it, because it's happened a number of times to different creatives that their work gets perverted by people trying to muscle in on them. Like, oh, I have an idea for where the story's supposed to go, or this is what the world building means, right? And I have seen it many a times that creatives getting shoved into a particular idea. I always find that so sad. What do we need? The Scorpion battles his eternal foe. So we need to get this. I think I already screwed up. No, I can go on the other side of this. I see. Okay. Oh, I can. Okay, cool. I can shove this. I think this one's literally just two. I think this one's like 2 block pushes. This one's not that hard, actually. I feel like this one is... Oh, no, it's not. Aha. Very smart game. I got way too overconfident on that one. Okay. I can appreciate this game. I can appreciate them giving me this. Okay, so this one was more complicated than I expected at first. Okay, cool. So it's... I feel like block puzzles are... Man, I think block puzzles might be the backbone of like, especially tile-based role-playing games. Block puzzles they're some of the most fundamental form of puzzle in this genre. I think some of that also comes from Zelda specific. Like, I would say that the Zelda games have a long storied history of making puzzles like this. Okay. Now, you know what's the real problem is that... Oh, I see what I did wrong. Hang on. I see something that I should have done. Yeah, see, there's one problem with the setup I did. I screwed this up. I technically did screw this up, so... I need this on the other side. Well, if I... Try to figure out... my brain work with me here, please. Okay, I need this on the other side. Got friends. I did listen to that in the car. I don't remember when, but somebody played it. I think it was on the way home from the wedding this weekend. I think it was when... It was like on the drive home and we were using my one friend's playlist. For some reason, they had that in between a bunch of, like... They had it in between some Nightcore, which was very bizarre placement, but it was very nice. Good songs, just very confusing placement on the playlist. Really. What the heck am I doing? You know, I almost had this solved. Okay, hang on. Can I reset this puzzle really quick? Can I reset it? Oh, good, it reset. Okay, good. Okay. So the objective... So I want the 2 blocks here and here, right? That's what... Well, we want at least we want one here. I think we want one here. Technically. Okay. This. Okay. This puzzle is very puzzle. I understood some of the things that it's asking me to do. I think I did this wrong, but I'm gonna see it to the end anyway, just to see if I can. I would like to see what is possible. If this was over one section, it would be fine, but it's not. Wait, it could be. I think I see an avenue for victory. Okay. Is here. Otis here. Okay. You ever just have a moment where your brain... God, it's like trying to start a fire with wet sticks. What am I doing here, man? Come on. It's like I'm like halfway there. Okay. What do I need right now? I need one right here. Okay. this one over. Might be cooking. I think I might be a little stupid. Hang on. In this moment, my brain not working. Why is this giving me so much trouble? My god, it's like staring into the sun. Okay. Oh. Hang on. Hang on. I miss Nonica, man. I do miss Nonica a lot. I miss my wife, Tails. I miss her a lot. I'll be back. Okay. God. God, my brain is like... My brain's compared to an engine. It's like a hamster. It's a hamster running on a wheel, and that brother is 5 seconds away from a stronk. Oh, brother. What do I do, Lord? Need to call... What do I call for this? Do I call, like, Carl Sagan? Leisure board him up? What do I call for such things? God, I am like actually having a freaking... I am having a moment right now. I apologize. I apologize for this, because this is just like... I was like, oh, it's just, you know, moving over 3 things. And then it's just like, it's turned into like 5 minutes of me staring at a brick wall, just thinking, yep. Okay, I'm gonna reset it one more time, just because maybe, okay. I need to really stare at it. I need to actually look. Okay. So I need... What do I need here, man? Okay, wait. No, it is that easy. Hang on. It is that easy. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Hang on. It is that easy. Hang on. You know, I shouldn't insult my intelligence. I should just be happy with the fact that it only took me this long to figure out when I'm sick. There we go. Oh my god, that was... It's one of those puzzles that just like... The moment you get it, but it's like otherwise you're just sitting there like, huh? God, it was like... Why was that one so much harder for me to work with? I can only use the excuse, bro, I'm sick, so many times. You can only use that excuse so many times. You can't just keep saying, I can't just keep saying I'm sick, and that's like the excuse. It's like, no. You get one. That's my one. If any other puzzle screws me up, it's because I'm being silly. Simple as. Like, if I have any other issues with puzzles, it's because my brain isn't working. That is a skill issue on my behalf. Has nothing to do with the rest of it. No. Question. Oh. You know, I got that armor earlier. I completely forgot to equip it. I'm gonna equip that real quick. Gave the Grievous Mace to Karis. Boosts attack and criticals. Oh, but I'll lose all my agility because I'm not wearing the Elven shirt. What's the Elven shirt do again? Is it like doubles agility or is it just a agility boost? Boost agility. If I give it to Tyrell, how's that? Oh, his armor is 12. Okay, yeah, no, give that to my boy. My boy is not. He's been wearing the worst armor possible for a very long time. Give 4 to 88. 206 to 231. Honestly, that's pretty solid. That is perfectly fine. Oh boy. I feel like this game's puzzles do feel They definitely are a solid move, I would say. What does it say? The crab cannot swim any longer. Oh, I see. So we have to... Thank God we haven't needed any of the other synergies, otherwise we'd be in trouble. Water really quick. Oh, that's much better. Holy. Ugh. But yeah, I do think that... I think Golden Sun's greater strengths are in his puzzles, and I appreciate that this game has tried to do the same thing that the original duology did, where it's trying to 50-50 with the puzzles. I think that's a good move. One of those things where I feel like if this game didn't do more with the puzzles that they already have, I would be kind of sad. I think the puzzles are probably some of the... I think this game's puzzles might be some of the best in... I would say it's probably some of the best in role-playing games in general, I would say. But that's because they tailor-made all of their mechanics to specifically be, like, pretty explicitly focused in on... Oh yeah, there's battle application, and then there's application in like exploration. I would argue that more role-playing games could learn from this example, especially when it comes to using stuff out of combat. I think some role-playing games don't quite do it the right way. That is a Jin, yeah? I'll go get that boy. All right. Whew. But yeah, I think it's funny actually because the only other game I can think of where combat and exploration spells kind of go hand to hand, like right off the top of my head, in video game form, I think Baldur's Gate 3 tries. And I think that the smart players will know to use stuff out of combat instead of just focusing on in-combat functionality, but I do think that there is there's a solid amount of time I have seen where most problems are solved with pure devastation, and that is okay. Easy peasy. Oh, God. Doldrum has been set to Karis. Okay. Let's see. They have 5 there. At some point, I'd like to move Ether around. I'd like to move Ether when possible, but that's fine. All right, we got the Jin. Got that. Honestly, very happy that we don't have to worry about that anymore. Also, that's the only one we've seen so far, so hopefully that remains the case. All that orange was burned with shame. Will no one cool it? So is it... Question, is this a water thing or a fire thing? Oh, I see. So we have to then we freeze these. I see. We may give him the horns. That's cool. Honestly, that's kind of a cool way to do it too. No pun intended, but it's pretty good. Like, yes, make the ice horns. That's really neat. I think it's a fun aesthetic looking thing too. Some of these puzzles are pretty easy, but I don't think that's to their detriment. I think so. Like some of these puzzles, I feel like depending on the order you go in, you could go easiest to hardest. But I'm not really sure I'm not exactly sure how you would decide the order you go in. Kind of feels like you just go clockwise until you hit everything, I guess. At least it's what how I've been viewing it. I guess there's this one, there's that one. Yeah, that's the only one. Those are the only two left. So we just gotta go do the... What's this one? I think this is the goat. Funny screaming goat. I don't actually know though. Funny how many of these are just turn the thing. Can I ask a favor? I was wondering if you could look into if you're able to play Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance 2. But I have that one. I don't know if I have that one. I can double check though. I like to redeem in the future and I have points in your docket freeze up. Let's see, because we're right now. Let me go double check real quick, because I know right now we're like still backed up on redeemed games. Let me go double check though. Where is the list? I wrote the list again. Where is it? I wrote it multiple times. Where's the list? Here it is. Yeah, we still have Tactics and Morrowind. Two of those are yours. So I would just keep in mind that you do already have two games on. You have two games specifically on the docket. It might be something that might have to wait for some time, but I will try at some point to get to it. I will at least try my best to do so. At minimum, I will at least see if I can, but I know that I know at minimum right now that the coming months I will probably be very backed up on stream stuff. I know, I'll wait, but I want to know if it's possible. I mean, I think I have it on Xbox, I think. I'd like to say I have it on Xbox, but I have no idea. I'm pretty sure I do. I don't know. I have to double check. I know it's one of those games that I think it's available on multiple platforms, but I could barely tell you where. I know I personally have... I'm trying to think of like where it even is available, but I can't even tell you. Could not even tell you. It was OG Xbox if I recall correctly. I think I have it. I just need to check. I'm pretty sure I do have access to it, but I need to, like I said, I need to double check where it is. Yeah, unfortunately, for series specifically, it got backed up. I did have to increase. I had the realization that I did need to increase the price for series redeems for a time. It'll probably come back down after a certain point, but it is like I do have like a lot backed up right now. But at some point, there is one other game that I've been like kind of kicking around because I acquired it recently for Steam, and I genuinely have no idea if I'm ever gonna play it. But it leaves no trace behind. What does that mean? I just realized what this means. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Hang on. So I have to move and cover all do I have to cover all the spaces? I do, right? Or is there a plan redeemed for quite a while to let others a chance? I only did two because I didn't see text before I asked for more one. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, it's like I know that right now, like Sundays are very open, which I know Sunday games tend to be pretty short, or you know, multiplayer stuff or stuff like that. And those tend to be pretty like condensed experiences, but I do think that at some point I know that Sundays are going to be one that I'm like I kind of want to. I might encourage more of those at some point. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what I'm gonna do with this, because this is... Oh god, and it's like, okay, I have to move, so... Hang on, I'm trying to... Oh my god, how do I do this? I'm trying to figure out how to do this. How do I even begin to do this? How do I begin to do this? Okay, because I know that it's... Okay, because here, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do the incorrect method first, right? I want to do the wrong thing first, because I want to confirm my suspicions. Hang on. I want to confirm my suspicions really quick, because I just want to make sure. I am making clear about something. Okay, I want to make clear about something. I need to check the rules on this a couple different ways over. Interesting. Okay, so I can't do that. Okay. One other thing I need to check really quick. Okay. I need to confirm my deeper suspicions. Hang on. Okay, so if I push this up, then go over. If I cross a path that has already been crossed, is that a problem? Let me confirm. It is. Okay, so... Oh my god, okay. This is the puzzle that's gonna make my brain hurt. Okay, hang on. Okay. And do I need to make... Okay, so the real question is, do I have to make a path? If I have to make a path that covers every single block and all three of them hit their respective spots, I feel like I have to draw this out. I'm struggling trying to picture how to do this without drawing a map. Okay, so it's 5. So one thing about this that is good is it's an odd number. It's 11 by 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's 11 by 7. So I think so. This is like, obviously it's solvable, but like, okay, so an odd number does mean that we have room to work, I think. It also means technically there's two solutions. It's basically just reversing one or the other. Apologies. Okay. My apologies. Okay. Okay. I'm trying to picture how this is going to work. I think the first thing I need to do is... Okay, I think... Yeah, my brain is smoldering trying to figure out how to do this. But yeah, I think the redeem system, the one thing I remember when I first started, I remember a couple people that I knew, like some of my friends actually asked me, like, are you worried about someone monopolizing it? And I'm like, I mean, not really, because the thing I've actually recognized with my entire streaming setup is that, okay, but once I've played all the games that somebody asks me to do, what's next? Not in a bad way, just like literally like, okay, but what comes after somebody asks me for every game they know, you know? That's the sort of question that like I think always comes up. At least for me, it's the thing that I consider is like, okay, if somebody hypothetically redeemed for like 7 games, it's like, okay, but then I've played all their favorites. What do we do now? Which I think is very funny. So I go this way. This goes down. Okay, this leaves a grid spot right here. Yes. This way. This way. Okay. Now the real hard part is making sure that we get... Because we have to cover every single spot with the gray. I think it's... this way. I think this is what I wanted to do. I can't see this section, so I'm just gonna hope that I got it right. Okay. In any case, also, we're at the hour mark. I apologize. Hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's had a good week so far. I know for my part, like I said, I'm sick, but I did get some writing done. Happy with that. I also organized some of my card collection. Also made me happy. I screwed up. Oh, I needed to do like come down here, do this, then hit this, and then I would be able to. Wait. Okay, waiting. I love little what's his name, Matthew. I know the canonical name is Matthew. I love the little dude. He's just like, huh, me. Look at a little guy. Feel bad for his level of detail model where he's just like 5 polygons and a dream. He's like, I imagine he's like only like 48 polygons or something. It happens when you have the low fidelity models for distance rendering. Personally, I feel a little guilty about it if I did that, but I was waiting on tactics, but I want to jump on it. To be honest, it doesn't matter if tactics or Morrowind come first, so I'd say, like, you decide. Can I save you a lot of time and pain? What is it specifically that would save me time and pain? Question, I don't have to cover all of these, do I? Is it just like, oh, just get all 3 to their spots? Or is there, like, a specific map? But also, Narogdim, to your point, I appreciate that you're being responsible with the system. That's the thing. I feel like the greatest thing that I have with this redeem system is that I kind of recognize that it's just gets all 3 of this. Oh, okay, cool. I'll just get them to their spots. All right, cool. Easy. I can do that. That should work then for sure, because we have the rest of it. I mean, let me get this boy over there. Fine. But honestly, the thing I had to do with the whole redeem system was, it was basically me having to say, yeah, you're gonna trust your community that they'll be responsible with this whole thing. And I think I've always been rewarded for having that system, because because some people will redeem a couple of games in a row, but I don't think it's never been like tyrannical. Also, to me, it's like, yeah, but if somebody's able to redeem constantly, that means they're there all the time. So to me, it's like, oh, that's fine, because they're there all the time. They're watching. Like, it'd be different if somebody like left it specifically was like only lurking to get points, to specifically like to redeem for games like that aren't good, or like specifically to throw me games that are, I say games that aren't good, but more like if they keep throwing me like joke redeems instead of like real ones, you know? Like when someone redeems for their favorite game, I'm excited to see that stuff. But when somebody redeems for like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to think of like an actual example of a game that I would be like annoyed to play, and I can't really think of a good example off the top of my head. But I don't think there's. I'm trying to think of like, is there a game I would absolutely refuse to play? I'm trying to think, because I think the only one I can think of, you know what's the only game I think. I'm trying to ponder, like, what's a game I wouldn't play on stream? I feel like it would have to be something that I physically couldn't. You know, like, I'm trying to think of what would be the... I'm trying to think of, like, what would be a good example. Like, I guess Manhunt, maybe? Maybe... I don't know, it's like there's not many games that I feel like I'm like genuinely certain that I would never be able to play it on stream, because like some of them have like Fear and Hunger has censorship mods that I can go and get that I could play the game on stream with. Which FF12 do I have? I have the Zodiac Age, and it's the version that is on the Switch, because I acquired that because that was what was at the store. I have it right next to me, actually. I haven't gotten around to putting it in my Switch yet, because I've been very lazy, and also because I've been busy. Okay, so now I go back up. up now. But I do have that one. Okay, up we go. But I think... I do think that in general with this whole redeem system, I think the thing I wanted was also... It was an opportunity for people to show me their favorite games. And for me to go and find them when I can. The only downside really is that it's like... The only real downside I've had with it so far is that it has not served as much of a method for me to... At least the way I put it is at the PS2 OG version. Yeah, I don't have the PS2 as a system. I have a PS3, but... And this is the version they had available. And it was at a decent price, so that's why I was like, okay, I can get that. It's one of those things where I could justify getting it because it was a reasonable... It was reasonably priced, and it was a pretty solid... I was like, alright, well, I already want to play Final Fantasy XII because I've heard many things about it. I will say that I have actually been... I don't know if asked would be the... Let's see, how do I put the map up again? There we go. Just say, where's the map? Okay. I'm gonna save the game here while we have a chance. World map, level 21. Puzzle your way through the Craggy Peak ruins and reach the Kirin Glacier. Find someone who can tell you how to get north into Morgul from here. Okay. Run around a little bit. I'm gonna guess there has to be at least one Jin somewhere. Oh, wow. Wolfkin. I get him. But the one downside I've had is that I haven't been able to get to my backlog very quickly. Because it has been one thing where I've been wanting to get through my backlog in some ways, but it has been nice to play a lot of new games. So stop. Oh, hello. Hello, what do you want? Hey, be polite to the lady. Do you need me to teach you some manners? You're the intruders here. If you're looking for a fight, you found one. Hey, we don't want any trouble, do we, Tyrell? Hey, I'm not the one being a big jerk. Is it tiresome to always need your friends to save you from your own mouth? Over here and say that. Stop. But this old man's like, can you idiots stop that? It's time for your friend to save you from your mouth? My companion was rude. Please forgive him. Why is he so suspicious? Look at that eyebrow raise. The guy looks like he... Oh no, I can't unsee it. Oh no. Okay, I'm sorry to point this out. Why is Hozan making the, like... I can't say it without swearing, but why is he giving the look of, like, no bitches? He just... I immediately thought of that meme looking at him. It's just like, oh yeah, look at that. Oh my god. Just... there's something about his face that's just like, wow. How amazing. What an expression. But what if they're spies? This one wears his fiery heart on his sleeve. He is no spy and we're not in Morgul. True, but even if they aren't spies, they might unwittingly give us away. Excuse me, I gather you've got things to talk about, but can we go into the village? You may enter. Of course not. You guys are the worst guards ever. Wait a minute, you're not dressed for this weather. Are you even from here? You're not, are you? I'm right, these guys are visitors too. They're not in charge here, so let's go in already. I think Tyrell's right. Shall we just go in? Yeah. Yeah. That's right, let's go. Nothing to worry about here. You still have to get past us. Many apologies, stranger. What? He punched him up below the bell? I wonder what these two are hiding. Please, go on in. Tyrell, this is Roy. Don't mess with us again. There is something so funny. There's something so funny about... New to Tayria village. You'll find the air thin and may have to breathe hard. I am sorry. Why are you apologizing for the sake of the air? Yeah, I don't know, man. We came here from Morgul following our flocks. They don't... What do you say about the flocks? They don't mind the air. I talk to the... What a good creature. Huh. Hello, sir. Berlin's capital, Morgul, sits on the water. The city is both beautiful and well defended. Hope you're impressive as the last two visitors. The young man and his old friend. Have you met them? Yes. The young man is Ryuko and the older one is Hozan. Hot-headed Sanan youth is taking up residence in Teria village after apparently being on the run. I see. Interesting. They watch the village engines because they're being pursued, but they let you in so you're okay. I mean, they did do it on purpose, but... Bolin's castle is impregnable. Those mercenaries were crazy to even try attacking it. I'm gonna talk to everybody and do my best. I didn't check the rest of the world map, so I might want to go back. A sprung is showing up overnight. Talk to everybody here really quick, and then... Oh, this dog is cold. Or it's a sheep. Good job, ODaM. Everything is dog-shaped to me, truly. I hit that from... Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Ow. Oh, the tree. I'm the tree. Yes. Okay. Yes, my brain is working very well. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take a drink. Take a drink of water. For tactics, I did search for a video listing all the differences between the three versions. Seems like a virus went someone back to the OG roots. Oh boy. It is one thing where I do contemplate which versions to try out when I'm playing certain games. Some of it is streaming, is like specifically the benefits of streaming from my console, or from the PC. I think sometimes it's just like, for the sake of the integrity of the game, I sometimes prefer console, like the console releases of a game, because of the fact that they tend to be more stable. Not that they are 100% stable, because that's not true. But there are some games where it is straight up just like, oh yeah, I do like that. But, oh, jeez. But yeah, no, there is... I would say that, like... The one thing is that with, like, a console release specific is that you're supposed to mitigate crashes as much as possible. Emulation can't really mitigate crashes the same way, because some games are built with the like the hardware in mind, and that is a pretty specific move, right? Little dude can have his little fire. I'm happy we did this. But yeah, no, there's a... I think with and especially with some games, like, I imagine some people would wonder why I would play the HD remaster on PS3 and not acquire it for PC or play the original on the PS2. And some of it's also just availability, plain and simple, as well. Because, like, if I have it immediately available for a console, I'd rather that. And since I got the PS3 working at 1080, I can now reasonably play all of my PS3 games without much issue, which I think is really fun. But yeah, with some games, though, it is just, for me, better to play with a console. I think also with, like, Tactics, it was like, oh, I have it available for this system, so I'm gonna do it this way. Ow. This is awkward. I'm gonna move... Kind of feels bad to do it like this, but I'm gonna move the extra... I'm gonna have the extras stack up on Amidi. Because I don't really... Oh, you know what I could do? Hang on. I could move... What would be the best one to move to? I think Claw might be the best option, but... Yeah, Claw's the best option, so we'll give Claw over to... Oh... Feels so bad for Amidi. He has... What is it? Wait, what's his class now? Because he is in a spot right now. What class is he now? He is a pilgrim. He has 3 different elements on him. My dude is absolutely in a state right now. Unfortunately, he is very low level, so that kind of sucks for him too. I think the tough thing is when you receive a character who's like under your current level, it's very hard to justify pulling them into the to battle, you know? That's a tough one. Shame we can't help Hoju, but the triple load exhausted me. Hoju. Young girl is much beloved by the villagers of Teiria, especially Ryoku. Rough trip, then. Blint's castle's a fortress. Nothing really we could do for Hoju. Okay. I probably should have checked the... I probably should have checked the rest of the overworld map to make sure we're not missing anything. Hey, I'm back. Oh. Welcome, good to see you. Who is this? What have we run into here? Wait till you see the great stuff I found this time. Got quite a collection going now. Hey, you cleaned up the stuff that was dirty, thanks. Welcome, I think we're just about ready to open the store again. We just need some customers. Oh, customers. Oh, seem like you're looking for a bargain. Yes. Welcome to our fine establishment. You know what? These guys are very nice. I appreciate that they're being very nice. This is very cool. I appreciate that they're so excited to have somebody to come by. I kind of want to try and buy something if I can help. Rather not leave without buying something. That'd make me kind of sad. Milk. Pack is full. Got. Why do I have so much stuff on my guy's bag that I can't work at? Okay, get rid of this. I feel like I need to clear out my bag of some of this stuff because I just don't know what to. They attack with games like Tactics and. Ooh. Oh, new friend. That was a wake-up call. Holy crap. Land Prower Kopaka. Kopaka. Oh, gonna raid a rumble, good stream. Well, hey, thank you for stopping in. It's nice to meet you. Hope we get to talk more next time. What are you up to? I just want to see what you're up to. Playing Alone in the Dark Illumination. Alone in the Dark was the trying to think. It was I think Alone in the Dark was on the Game Boy. There's the original versions though, or you're playing a bad game. Was Illumination. Alone in the Dark was. I'm trying to remember when Illumination must have come out, because I know that Alone in the Dark, there's the Game Boy version and the PlayStation 1 version. Off the top of my dome. I need to quickly investigate because I'm very curious of this game. But also welcome in everybody. It's the co-op game that came out in 2015. Interesting. Okay, hang on. I feel like I need to see Alone in the Dark. Illumination. Oh, brother, what is that? Oh, brother, what is that? Moved from survival horror to an action horror third-person shooter. Let's see. Considered one of the worst. Oh, God. Even more, the real version is on the Dreamcast. Game Boy version is Alone in the Dark, the New Nightmare. Yes, that's the one I remember. I remember trying it once and being very confused. Even though the real version on the Dreamcast. Yes. I remember that because I remember looking up Alone in the Dark. I think there's also a PlayStation version. I actually love the Alone in the Dark franchise. My understanding is that it does seem quite interesting. I need to look into it more so. Illumination is the low point. Sad thing is, I feel like every horror series in video games has a game that could be considered the low point in the series. I think every single one has at least one game that's kind of like, it's going to be a stinker. Sounds about right. It's like, here's the funny thing. This is my hot take with Resident Evil. I don't think any of the 6 baseline games are the problem. I'm not even kidding. Like 4, 5, and 6 are gems, not for the reason of being horror, but because their swerve into weird stuff was fun. As a horror series, not good. As a game, fantastic. Fantastic stuff there. Like, no notes about Chris Redfield. Chris Redfield's hilarious. I love him. He's my guy. Like, I know people will talk about RE5. 6 has a good combat system, all things considered. Like, here's the thing. 6 is not a bad game. Oh, thank you for joining the library. It's nice to meet you. Should I refer to you as Humane, or like, if you have a nickname, I'll try my best to remember. But yeah, 6 isn't bad. It's like, it's one of those things. I played it co-op a ton with a buddy of mine, and we've played through all the stories multiple times. Humane is good, excellent. But it's like, it's funny because I never knew that the games were considered bad. It took me finding out from Oh, what was it? I think it was Matt McMuscles did a What Happened on RE6, and that was when I found out people didn't like it, and I'm like, oh, what? I was like, really? That's surprising. But yeah, some games I'm like, I think, what was it? Resident Evil, I think Resident Evil's Low series might actually be one of the spin-offs, if I'm being honest. But I think Silent Hill, it was, I'd say it was 4. I think 4 was the one everyone's kind of like, I'm with 5 and 6 really. Yeah, it's like, but I think even the low points for some series though aren't bad games, they just don't fit in the series. Maybe that's the thing with horror games that's also a bit of a problem, is that if it doesn't fit the series tone, it feels like it's a bad game of the series. Yeah, that makes more sense, because it's like, because some of these games aren't even bad games, it's just that, okay, when you take the whole series in context, they're not good at doing the thing they do. The thing with Illumination is that it's a low point that really is a bad game. Sad. That's sad. It's like, and from how you put it, I don't even think it's like a fun bad. It's not like Devil's Third, where it's like this game is actually batshit. Tragic. Sad. Oh, tragedies. But for the Raiders, we're playing Golden Sun Dark Dawn, and we're somewhere in the middle. There's some fun to be had with how glitchy it is. Oh, beautiful. A saving grace, thank God. And I'll repeat the apology but once. I am slightly sick right now. Thankfully, I'm doing good. That was a weird noise, I apologize. But yes, I'm doing pretty good despite that. I'm surviving. But it's okay. Like, I'm still able to maintain a solid amount of energy despite the fact that my brain is like, hope things will get better. I give it till tomorrow or Friday. I'm not too worried. I usually clear sicknesses pretty fast. I'm not too worried, but it is a bit of a problem because it's specifically a sore throat, and I'm like, okay, are you gonna, earlier today I was thinking, okay, are you gonna exacerbate this by talking a ton on stream? And I was thinking, oh, well, I'll just talk less. And I'm like, do you know how hard it is for me to, like, shut up? The problem is that I try harder in games when the problem is that it's like, I love talking. I love talking. I love talking with chat. I love talking to myself. I love talking with myself. I love talking in general. Let's see. There was a message I missed when the raid happened. What was it? Narctum. My thing with games like Texas, if I was 12 when they release an updated game but give it a brand new name. I think they released a totally different game or a sequel or something. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Well, and it's like, they always give them like an interest. They always give them like those weird titles, yeah? It's always interesting, but it is kind of a weird, it does feel like a weird move, you know? There are times where it's kind of like, oh yeah, why did they rename it entirely? But it makes sense. I think in some cases it makes sense when they explicitly are making like a massive enough change, you know? Like I think, what was it? The Prepare to Die edition of Dark Souls 1 where they did like the full refresh. They did that whole new version of Dark Souls 1 that was like, okay, we're going to do a bunch of fixes, changes and adjustments along with like the graphical overhaul. And that one, it's like, okay, this is effectively its own entity. And some games kind of end up like that when they get changed enough. It can be a bit awkward if, you know, you're considering like, oh, I want to play. When you play it versus the original, there are some things that are lost in the translation. And that can be tough sometimes. But yeah, no, I see it. Let's see, what am I? Oh, right. We should probably get these, yeah? I have the money to get fully kitted right now, so we might as well. If we have the money to get fully kitted, we should, because it is a good move. I do appreciate this game's menu system doing the stuff it does, because holy crap, there are times. There have definitely been times when... Let's see. Okay, wait, question. What is Lita's bracelet doing? Oh, items equipped. Lita's bracelet doesn't... Okay. I wanted to make sure before I replace it. Very late on my end right now. I'm just doing my post-stream rituals right now. After I'm off to bed, I'll work, keep my phone on the stream. Oh, that's very nice of you, man. I appreciate getting to meet you. It's nice to see you. I usually stream Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays from 7 p.m. Eastern to 11, usually. More often than not, it's me adding a stream rather than taking away. Huh? Huh? I'm in the middle of yapping. 2 raids today. I'll keep that in mind. I do my best to keep a consistent schedule. Also, holy crap, welcome in, Raiders. I guess, you know what's funny? I didn't even say the thing that I make fun of myself for saying every time when someone raids. I didn't even say I'm ODaM maker of things, which is the most silly way for me to describe what I do. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, welcome in. Hey, Luke, well, you were up to, let's see, Xenoblade Chronicles. Middle of Yapping Dragon arrives. I just realized, Luke, are you still doing the Final Fantasy stuff, or have you changed gears for a moment? I forget if it's the Wednesdays or Thursdays you did that. Apologies, my brain is like, huh. But finish chapter 9. Oh, very good. Man, you're zooming. Unless chapter 9 is like of 30. I don't know. I do not know Xenoblade Chronicles very well. I haven't played Final Fantasy for quite a while. Okay, I see. I must have missed something. 9 out of 17. I see. Okay. So about halfway through the game. Pretty good. I've remembered seeing Xenoblade Chronicles multiple times. It's like, I feel like this is going to be my new running bit, is that, like the Dune books, I absolutely would vibe with playing Xenoblade Chronicles. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. There are some games that my current joke is like the Dune books. That is my my move right now, because over the course of this last weekend when I was at the wedding, I was grilled over the fact that I haven't read the Dune books or seen the movies, even though they are 100% something I probably would be into, which I find very funny, because there are some games that I think are the same way, where if I start playing them, I absolutely would love them. But I haven't gotten around to them yet. Same with books, though. There's some books and some music. There's also some music I've listened to where I'm thinking, it's good I didn't listen to this earlier, because I would have been far meaner. Like, actually, as somebody who purveys classic rock on the regular, it is probably my greatest hot take that Led Zeppelin was necessary, but not... I do not like Led Zeppelin. Kind of funny. I think it's a very much a personal taste thing. I don't even think it's like their music's bad. It's more of a... every time they come on, I'm like, eh. Give me the ZZ Top instead, please. That's all I demand. I need to do anything else while I'm here? No. Sell anything else? They sell the elixir. I guess I could buy... You know what? I probably should get these on Karis instead. Do 6 elixirs, just in case. Honestly, just in case we need the status ailments. In case we need the ailments fixed, we should probably have these. Funny how you're talking about ZZ Top right now. There's a character named ZZ in the game we play, and we kept making jokes about it. What are the odds? Of all the bands I bring up, of course. And we get a proper look now. Well, thanks for stopping in, man. It was nice to see you. But I do hope that you're able to do all your your rituals with... I hope you're able to really enjoy them. I know I personally savor the post-stream rituals for myself, too. I know that... It's kind of funny, because ever since I started recording streams alongside the, streaming them live, it's kind of changed how I go about my own streams, because usually what happens is I end a stream, and then I used to use Twitch's own uploader to send it to YouTube. But since that stopped working for some reason, I actually started just uploading them myself after stream, because my internet connection is uncontested, because nobody else in my neighborhood uses the internet at midnight. Well, 11:30, so. But it means that I can upload a stream in like 30 minutes, just about, like a full 4-hour VOD in like 30 minutes or so. So I actually could reasonably, it's actually become a reasonable thing for me to do that. Wondering if I saw a girl pass by here? Yes. Can't say I have. Try asking around town, maybe. Let's see. I don't know why, I just presumed it can't happen anymore. But in the first game, in the very first Golden Sun, there's a part of Kraden's house where you can go kind of like underneath a carpet and you like clip under it. I know this game's been pretty solid about avoiding glitches, but man, I just kind of wish I could like slide behind this. Just, you know, it's like I know that this game's integrity has been quite strong, so I don't think that's gonna happen. But oh man, it's just like the wish for the recollection. Did I come from the south? Yes. We tried going something. We couldn't find a path down out of the mountains. Oh, poor guy. Where am I? Okay. I kind of want to go check out the... Okay, I'm gonna deal with them later. I kind of want to go check out the rest of the... Check out the rest of the stuff. I want to go check out the rest of the area. Rocks here. Rocks are... Oh, this is a gravestone. Ooh, never mind. Sorry. Don't disrespect the dead. That's not a good idea. That's the fastest way to get cursed or something. That'd be bad. That's no good. Don't get cursed. Kids, don't get cursed. It is a bad idea. I went to the Tepe ruins, but you'd have to be a magician to get through that place. Tepe ruins. Ancient home of the Genie adepts was built in the northern face of the Kirin Mountains. Time has not been kind to the Tepe ruins, and the Golden Sun event damages them further. They crumble a little more each day. That's kind of sad. Were you out looking for Hoju's lost bag again? Hello. Hello, strangers. Our friend Hoju's bag is missing. If you happen to find an elegant bag, would you let us know? Yes. Thank you. Probably sounds a bit crazy, us all worrying about this bag, but it's important to Hoju. Oh, okay. Hello. Oh, that's weird. Okay, anyway. Excuse me, established sir. May I go through? Ooh. I will say I do have an important deadline this week, is that I'm going to try and get as much of my next book done as soon as possible, because I'm going to hand it over for a draft read. Just to see where I'm at right now, you know, see if it's going in the right direction, sort of thing. I will say, I think this has kind of proven to me that I could be very good at writing romance books. I could also be very bad at it. I feel like this draft read is going to be the make or break of, is this a good idea? No. Oh, well, if you're looking for someone, ask around town. Sir, can you please move out of the way? I'd like to go upwards. I don't know, are the Tepe ruins that way or this way? Let's see. Maybe she went into one of the other houses? Oh, again. But yeah, I do think I think right now I'm like kind of just wandering. Really. Hello, sleeping men. Hey, you weren't part of the mercenary group to try to rescue Hoju, were you? No, that was us. We tried to rescue her, but Belin's castle's just too well defended. Mercenaries can't rescue her, and I can't even find Hoju's precious bag. What are you interlopers doing in here? Master Hozan. We have the situation under control, miss. You can go. I mean, we're just... Honestly, like, our group is just kind of confused. Couldn't borrow your entry, but we can't just have you wandering around asking questions, I'm afraid. Where are you people from? What are you doing here? Just traveling through, trying to find our way. What are you talking about? Spit it out, man. Ryoku, if you interrupt, we shall never find out our visitor's intentions. Yes. Your calm demeanor shames me. I spoke out of turn. I apologize. Oh, wow. He's just like, oh, you're really nice, actually. I'm sorry. I'm just like, listen, man, I don't know what your You know what's funny? I think Isaac and this character, Matthew, even though I named him Roy in both instances, I think both of them had the same instance of walking into a place, not knowing what's going on, and everyone's like, what are you doing in here? And the kids are just like, we're just kind of passing through, man. We don't know what's going on. What's happening, man? We're nice people. I presume your intent is to reach Morgul. Yeah, we're going to Belinsk in Morgul. Your group prepared for a long descent down a sheer rock wall to Morgul. No. Making the attempt if you're not prepared isn't merely foolhardy, it's suicidal. I mean, he's not wrong. Maybe other routes you can try. Ozan, should you be... Got a good feeling about these folks. If they want to go to Morgul, who are we to say they can't? You're saying something about other routes. First, indulge my curiosity. Where did you come to the Kirin Highlands from? Where did we come from? Morgul is your goal. You obviously didn't come from there. You either came from the east or west. No, we did not. We came from the south. Only Sanons travel the top of the Endless Wall to the east. So how did you cross the Western Valley? Endless Wall? What is the Endless Wall? Origins and purpose are largely unknown. I mean, it's a wall. It's either keeping things in or keeping things out. I wonder if perhaps you might be adepts. And if we are, you may be able to traverse the Tepe ruins. Stop dancing around. You're obviously adepts. Yeah, we dress like anime characters. It's fine. So the Tepe ruins are due north. Pass through are blocked by years of decay, but with adept powers. Think synergy will help us get through. Legendary wisdom of the adepts. Yes, that's what he means. Appear to be in a hurry. Perhaps you should leave in that same hurry. Leave us to wonder why you were blessed with supernatural powers and we can't rescue my sister. Don't mind him. Head over to the Tepe ruins now. We can take a hint. We'll be going now. Okay. Before I go too far, though, I do need to check one other thing. Right now? I can. Okay. I have one other thing I need to check really fast. Because those Tepe ruins seem... You know what? Hang on. Let me save first. The thing I want to check really quick is whether or not I can... There's the other areas nearby. I wanted to check those really quick. Up here. I wanted to see something really quick. Is there anything up here or other pathways I could be aware of? Oh. Yeah, get this guy. Easy peasy. All right, let me drink some water really quick. There we go. Okay, excellent. Whew. I do hope everyone has been able to get some of their goals done. I know for my part, just surviving the week and getting through the wedding was a good and grand achievement. I was unable to stop myself from being a bit misty-eyed at the ceremony. The joke I have is that that's from my grandma's side. It's like, oh my god, it's one of those things. Even when I went to college, there were times where I'd be like, okay, hide my face in my arm. Yes, I am not with. Yes, I have to separate from my family. Yes, I have to go be an adult. But I think that's my grandma's side. It's very emotional. But I don't think that, you know, bearing your emotions is ever something to be afraid of or ashamed of. It's one thing to let them control you, but it's another thing when they overwhelm you and you have to sit and take a moment to breathe, you know? Hardly a bad thing. I'm gonna get... Okay, there has to be a djinn up here somewhere. There's a cave. Monkey? Monkey? Okay, how strong is this? How strong are these apes, huh? Alright, cast whirlwinds. How do they do? Okay, they are not weak to wind damage. Understood. Oh, okay, they do... Okay, they kind of hurt. They kind of got some damage. They got damage. Actually, what I will do... I'll have... In case we get to that part of the fight, I'll heal Karis up really quick. Okay, he's dead. Never mind. I don't know if this cave is part of the... It's necessary, but I would like to check it really quick. North Wall Shrine 1F. This feels very wait, but the Tepe ruins actually go through the mountains, so I wouldn't come back here. Less. I don't know. This music's familiar to me, but I don't know why. This has a summon. Oh, a summon tablet. Okay, so yeah, this is not required, but definitely necessary. Understood. Probably good to know. Probably good that we, yeah. A little earlier, I managed to catch the menagerie of costume Pikachu and Pokemon Go finally. Oh, that's pretty good. I remember seeing those pop up when I went back to my I actually drove back to my college campus for a short research visit for my next book. And I had Pokemon Go going, and I saw some of those. I saw some of that. That was an interesting. It was very interesting to see. Oh, you know, I just realized I need to do that. I know, not Fireball. Hold Snap on. Alright, put this back on. This. Snap. I do like... It's funny, I don't play Pokemon Go very much anymore, but I do still really like it. I think it's still pretty fun. It may not be like my go-to game anymore for some of that stuff, but it is still pretty fun. I did also load it up. At the time, I loaded it up for Pokemon Champions. There's the tablet. Does it want fire? Wait, does it want Fireball instead? Might want Fireball. Uncertain what it wants, but say the least intriguing. Obey. Let's see. Can I use grip? Can I use grip at this range? I can. Okay, cool. I'm gonna be honest. I did not think I had the range for that one. Ah, this is one of those ones where the range on this really does confuse me. Because holy Toledo, that is a long shot. Okay, Fireball this bad boy. Oh, and we just freeze it back up. Has anyone, like, so you've been playing Pokemon Go. Does anybody else have, like, a game they've been playing recently that... The thought I'm thinking right now is, like, is there one that's, like, it's the little things that are really making you happy with it? You know, like I think the Pokemon, like, having Pikachu in so many costumes is a big one. I think that's a novelty that is very hard to match with Pokemon, where it's like you just have like summon Moloch? You're telling me I went into this cave, found a tablet that says, hey, do you want to summon an actual demon? You want to have fun with this one? Summon Moloch the Destroyer? You know, just... yeah, that makes sense. You know what? These kids are getting some weird stuff, man. I fear for these kids' safety. Like, are you serious? Moloch? Next thing you know, they'll be summoning Satan or something. Oh, these poor kids. These poor youths aren't prepared for summoning Satan. I won't lie, I do kind of want to see what Moloch looks like. What was that again? Oh, I just realized, can I... Is there like a reference for the summons? Hang on. Jin... It just occurred to me... Okay, summons. Can I even... S is for summons, maybe? No. Jin guide? Oh god, I don't even know what the comment. I forgot what the combination is. Oh god, I just realized. How do I? Next, they summon the Virage Bear from Dragoon somehow. They summon the Minotaur from Persona 5. That DLC Persona is busted, dude. I think it would just breathe fire and just instantly end someone's bloodline. Okay, was it? I think it was Jupiter and Mars. Hang on. You know what I am gonna do? Let's see. Standby. Bye. I'd like to test out the summons, so we're gonna put some on standby. We're gonna do a couple fights just to test things out, yeah? So I'm going to fight some enemies, and I'm going to see what summons I can pull up, so we're gonna see what we can do. Okay, fight. Summon. Moloch, the Sacred Ice Monster. Okay. Atlanta, Dagon, Ramses. Okay, I'm gonna summon. Okay, so let's Moloch again. It's got it. Okay, I'm gonna summon Ramses on this one. I think I'm gonna summon. And I know, summon. I think I'd like to summon Moloch and see what's going on. Yeah, we'll summon Moloch. Summon Kieran. Whatever we don't get to, we'll just try it next time, yeah? I'm using 2 of the water ones, so I guess we'll just attack. Summon Moloch. I'm sure this won't have any repercussions. Whoa. We haven't actually gotten to see many of these animations. These are pretty sick. Oh my god, what is that thing? That camera angle's a bit awkward, but I'm jamming with it. It's pretty good. Oh my god. Okay, actually not bad at all. Summon Ramses. I don't know why, I just think of the Return the Slab. It's unfortunate because the camera angle is slightly off. But man, I do like how these look. These are pretty sick. I do like the animations a ton. They're very cool. Ow. Summons Kieran. Yeah, it's like the animations are just slightly off. It is really cool though. I do wonder if it's the screen or not. I'm wondering what's the, like, if it's the screen or something, but man, it does look really good. It's just like, they're super sick animations. It's just like, I think the camera, like, it's like the camera's slightly off and it's kind of like messing with the effect a little bit of the 2 screens trying to be one. I'm gonna take him to fight the gap between the screens. Yeah, I think that's part of it, is that there's no like actual physical gap in the screen, which we don't have, that's I think messing with the effect. That's probably part of it. You're right. That you know what? Honestly, that probably is what's going wrong here. Is that it said this one? Okay, we do need to do a couple fights to regain our, or at least run around enough to regain our might. Yeah, I think this might be one of those effects where it's just unfortunately being kind of neutered. I have 2 views available, one with a carefully measured gap and one with no gap. Yeah, unfortunately the 2 screens, it's mainly I think the totally legit DS we're using. I don't think, it doesn't really give me the option to do that. There's a video, well, let me look at video settings real quick. Separate thread, no I can't. Where's camera set? Yeah, there's not really a whole lot of, maybe interface settings? Oops, nope. Okay. Good to check though. I don't really have an option to split it, which is more unfortunate than anything. Alright, everybody's reset, so we can go back. We can go to Tepe Ruins now, we're good. We got the summon though, so that's pretty good. I do kind of wonder, my DS capture has an option to split the screen into 2 windows. That's what I do at all times, so I just have views for like 6 different layouts. I see. I feel like that would be better. I have only the one option right now. I guess if I wanted to do it specifically, I could. I'm thinking theoretically I could use, it would have to be something I do in OBS rather than something I do in the totally legit DS. I try not to say emulation too. You know, the implication. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things where I'm like, But nevertheless. Something I could figure out. But it is an interesting bit of, it's also an interesting bit of the tech though, is that the games were being built with the hardware and the software in mind, which I think is, it's a better artistic choice that they were, yeah, these are OBS things, not where I actually put the windows, yeah. I think though that it is nice though to see that clearly the developers were thinking about the DS in its entirety. There are some developers where they don't, I don't think they quite thought about what the implications when it comes to the two screens. I just care not to wit where the windows appear because I'm not looking at them. Yeah, that's fair. Can I use growth on this? These are sad. These are some sad vegetables. Excuse me, cabin owner, I am coming in. Hello. Life in these highlands is caused battle nature. You can't win either. Best you could do is have an uneasy truce. Not wrong. Well, fishing rod broken. I see all these fish waiting to be caught. I wish I had a good trusty stick. After trying to go to Morgul, you say? Yeah. Good luck. The Kieran Highlands are surrounded by cliffs and ice. Wait, how did you get here? One of the few people who's like, how did you get here exactly? And it's like, listen, man. Can I cold snap? Actually, can I cold snap? Can I cold snap the water? Not. Okay. I'm guessing there must be a way to get that Jin up ahead. Let's see. There's a growth down there. I'm reading the environment. I will see. Oh, there's a box. Oh. Well, that's just kind of awkward. Huh. Water of life. How many of these do I have at this point? 3. And a sleep bomb. I see. I probably have to go quite a ways ahead then, yeah? I'm guessing I have to go ahead somewhat to find the way towards... I don't see anything else to get to this guy. Little dude is just out there, I guess. I'm guessing that I have to go through this dungeon a little bit. Pepe Ruins. Okay, interestingly, I recognize this music. I can't quite tell which dungeon it is, but I know this music. I don't know where to go. I'm uncertain if I should be going forward or if I should... I'm wondering if I should be... I'm wondering if this is the right way to go, you know? A wyvern? Wow. Mash buttons. Kill that guy. Wyvern attacked. The wyvern's probably gonna be a tough customer, but we got him. All right, we're leveling up. Now we're back to leveling up at a decent clip. So, I wonder now if we're going to end up with a lot of, maybe a fair bit of time where we just are leveling up, huh? Huh. Okay, so I keep seeing these ladies. I'm not sure if I should be following them right away or if I need to... I want to get everything in this dungeon if possible. And I feel like I'm going to miss something if I don't get everything on a first run. Yeah, I'm not super certain about some of this, but we'll see. Oh, big face. The statue's enormous. Yeah, check out how big its nose is. Yeah, it's also too big to move, so we've hit a dead end. It's not just a statue, it's also a door if you have the right key. Oh, hello. You're surprised I'm behind you after you chased and cornered me? You're remarkably relaxed for a person who's fought his way through a perilous ruin. I mean, I fought, like, one enemy. Was our mysterious shadowy figure just as a young girl? She must have something going for her. She wanders through here by herself. People of Morgul have a refined intuition. We sense and avoid danger easily. Do you hear us talking from all the way over there? Surely not. Something's definitely out of place. My senses may be more attuned than yours. Ah, what do you mean? Are you referring to our eyes or ears or something else? Attuned in what way? Besides sight and sounds, we also have smell, taste, and touch. Are you talking about a different sense? People of Morgul are more tuned to the world of their senses than those of other lands. She's just talking. Sveta. Apologize, I am his. In your culture, it's customary to introduce oneself. I'm Sveta of the Beastman. Beastman adept has enhanced senses, can read others' mind and render sense visible. Okay, I do have a question. Why does she look like she looks like the girl from the Dark Crystal? Is that a weird one to point out? I don't know why. It came to mind, and I can't unsee it. But I do appreciate it. I don't know, something about there's something specific to the Dark Crystal that just my brain just goes, yep. Term applied to the people and animals that are transformed into hybrid forms by the Golden Sun. Besides their altered appearances, some beastmen are said to possess strange powers humans cannot gain. Whoa, she's a kitty dog. I'm mistaking me for a dumb animal. Our minds are alike, and I know when I'm being insulted. But you aren't an enemy, right? Do not intend harm. No. I sense the more cautious among you have their doubts. In reading our minds, do you have any sense of privacy? Best Jupiter adept in the game. My father has mind read synergy, but he always found it to be a bit of a double-edged sword. Wind-based synergy allows users to listen to the thoughts and strong emotions of people and animals. Only very specialized wind adepts such as Ivan and Sheba can master this esoteric technique. Oh, that's right, Sheba had it too. Yes, my father's gift was much stronger and he was hated for it. He came to hate others as well. You didn't inherit your father's power, but you aren't disappointed, are you? It's a relief, isn't it? Even with problems, I think it'd be handy to have a mind reader around. That is a person, not a tool you could use. Don't just talk to her about her like that. She just reads. She reads. Might speak similarly if I were you, facing what faces you. If I were you, I'd also wonder why I showed myself in the ruins. Is that what you wonder now? An instinct that my destiny is about to change and that you are involved. You just followed us because your instincts told you to? Well, there was another reason. I knew it. She's a spy or something. Tyrell, this is where she just volunteers that she's a spy. The other reason was your smell. Found the bag under that rock wall. Seems valuable. There's also a sense of sorrow. I believe the owner is unhappy. What does this bag have to do with us? It smelled the same as the bag at first, but I lost the scent once I started following you. So you're following us to return the bag to us. Wait, were those people looking for a bag back in... Where was that again? Yes. Alright, Teria Village. Why is she saying I'm good at stuff like this? I feel that the owner of these things cares about them very much, so I wanted to return them. Why don't you go back to Teria Village and give it back to her then? It would be best if we didn't double back since we have errands of our own. Can I go to Teria Village? Go looking as I do. They attacked a beastman on sight. Really? Why? Oh. Teria was founded by people of Sana, were chased out of Morgul by our king Volacek? Going very fast. So basically, they naturally assume I'm from there. Bag seems really important. I say we bring it back to Teria. Very kind, Cars, for wanting to deliver the bag for me. Well, thank you, but I'm not the leader here. You should see how we need to see how the others feel about it. Might not want to be involved in the dispute happening in Teria. We'll deliver the bag and go with you to Morgul and be your guide in that country. How does that sound? What is Tyrell on about? Tempting offer. Having a guide would certainly help. Let's see the Northern Lands with someone who knows the country. What do you think, Mr. Leader? Great. I mean, whatever you say. Is Tyrell? There's something so funny about just hold the bag up like, here we are, the bag. Good luck. We'll meet here after you've delivered the bag. I like Sveta a lot already. I think she'll be an asset of the group with the mind reading thing, I mean. She only offered her services as a guide. Let's not assume too much. Let's just go return the bag, then we meet Sveta and head north. Why was he getting all red-faced? My dude just like he knows that his mind is getting red, and he's like, all right, don't have any bad thoughts. And then he sits there having nothing but bad thoughts. It's like, bruh. Rat fighter? What is this rat fighter? What an interesting creature. He looks kind of like a Digimon. I like this. I like the Digimon. I like your funny words, Digimon. I don't know why. There's something kind of funny about the rat fighter. The fighter. Look at him go. He's got even a cool uppercut. I like this enemy type. Very silly creature. I recognize the music in that dungeon, but I can't quite place where in the first two games it's from, but I do know that I recognize it from there. Okay, wait, what? What is the point being up here? Oh, the tree. Tree. Huh. Where does this put us? Puts us over here. I see. This is a shortcut back. This is a shortcut back here. But it gets no closer to that gin, though. Okay. I'm guessing I have to go back up. I'm guessing I have to go back up. I'm trying to figure out how to get this particular gin. And I'm not... My brain is not grabbing the answers I want. Huh. How do I reach you? Very little in the way of answers being offered you. Guess I'll just need to I'll need to look around a little bit. I'm sure there's a way forward, I just need to find it. I need to cough again, hang on. Ah, jeez. Ugh. Never feels great when I have to, like, lean into it. That's what it feels like. When I have to lean into a cough, it's like, oh god. Who decided this? Alrighty. No? Guessing there has to be a way forward, but I don't know what. You know what? Hang on. I just realized. Insight synergy. Okay. I just realized I could use the insight synergy if I'm not very certain what I need. So I could use that to double check things if I'm not sure. So if I'm not certain about a particular thing, I could do it that way. It might work out for me. There's that path over there. Can't reach that yet. That. Wake Sphere, Tornado. I think this fight looks like it could be a problem if I let it run too long, so I'll just hit him with everything we got and see if we can't finish it quick. Easy peasy. Huge damage. Fantastic damage. I like fights like that where it's just, okay, you got the advantage, you go press it, and then just, alright, cool. Fight is over. This battle is over. Okay. Say the least, interesting. Aha, I see. Need to move that from my ground spot. Oh. It did not. Quite reasonable. Ah. Excellent. Oh, that was easy. I think depending on how I'm feeling about the different adepts, I think I might try. I'd like to at least try to get both Amidi and Sveta more time out there. Okay, I would like to see what that sword. What is this? Sword of Dusk. Give to. Here's an item to replace. I think I'll hand the sleep bomb off and equip this. There we go. New weapon. Okay, ironically, this has given me absolutely no answers as to where I'm supposed to go to find that. I've gotten no answers about the Djinn. All I've gotten so far is just, okay, I've been able to find everything else in this particular dungeon, but nothing about the creature. That's a bit awkward for me, but that's fine. Okay. Oh, wait, I just did that one. Then when I go back this way, we have the stuff with the rope. That's the hallway. Oh, God. Ooh. You know, I just had the realization if today is giving me some trouble in terms of my energy level, if I'm not up to tip-top shape tomorrow, I can only imagine that playing The World Ends With You, I'm pretty sure my hands are going to explode. My wrists are going to evaporate if that's the case. It will be funny, but good lordy, would be a bit of a problem. I do think one thing I need to get around to is I need to equip Amidi with better. I need to equip all of my party accordingly, because it would be a bad idea for me to leave my party on, like, God forbid the game says, hey, split up into 2 teams, and I am being forced to try to play my other set of 4. That could suck a lot. Hello, small one. Why is he being so specific? Can I just, like, grip Synergy, my boy, and bring him here? I cannot. How do I reach this guy? You know, hang on. Alright, there's one other thing I could do really quick. Let me see. Insight. Let me just try it really quick. Fire. Oh, I just need to hit him with fire. Oh, doy. You know what? Good thing you know what? Good thing I actually did that. That was a good move on my part. Okay, now he's... Oh, he dove underwater. What Synergy does that need? No, not Dows. What Synergy do I use for... What Synergy do I use for that? Or I need a stick of sorts. How do I get you? What do I do now? He's in the water, but it doesn't really explain how to get him. I would have presumed I need to go here, but I don't know, maybe Fireball? Nope. Hmm. What do I do about this? I got half the puzzle, but the other half I'm not very sure about. I need like a fishing rod or something? That I need a stick of some kind, but I don't really know. I don't really know what sort of stick I would be required for this one. Yeah, I'm not sure what... I see it wants me to do something with this, but... Let me go talk to that guy again really quick. Maybe he'll have some better insights as to what I need to do. Excuse me. I was trying to go Morgul, you say? Oh, this is not this guy. Yeah. My fishing rod broke and I can see all these fish. I wish I had a good trusty stick. Trusty stick. Mm-hmm. There has to be something I'm just missing, right? I'll come back. Let me go back really quick and I'll deliver the bag. And then, because I have to come back to the ruins anyway. I don't think there's anything more we can do. What about Hoju's bag? We can't give up on it. We haven't given up, we just don't know where to look next. Oh, I fell onto the bottom of the code. Just go and get it now. No, don't. Dangerous to go alone. Wait until there's an escort available. Can't wait that long. Please let me go. Aw. These two are... Hoju's bag is too important. You see that I have to help Hoju. Aw. Onward. Hello. We're busy right now. Bag. Wait, that's Hoju's. It's just so funny where it's like, yes, bag. Behold the bag. Know my shape and despair. I know I have acquired the bag. The bag is now mine. Probably should let my voice rest during the end. Try my best to let it rest when I can. I've been very bad about actually resting my voice today. Which, you know what, to be fair, I kind of presumed this would happen, that I would just keep talking as if I'm not sick. And I appreciate that. But it's fun that I'm like, not gonna lie, I feel like there's a certain point where it's like, okay, take a moment, breathe. Okay, so we found Hoju's bag. Hello. Ow. I'm just holding it up like, here you go. No doubt about it, this is Hoju's bag. Why have you done this? I could tell you the whole story, but it would take all day. Won't be necessary. I thank you from the bottom of my old heart. Yay, finally free of bad jail. Done more good in this deed than you know. There's nothing. The certain was not, and our debt will be repaid. Great. Guess we'll see you guys later then. You are Roy, right? I'm Ryoku. Bag belongs to my sister Hoju, and I packed it for her. She went to Balin's, the capital Morgul. They're just like, huh? Did I figure out the pond djinn yet? Not yet. I stared at it for a bit. Figured I'd come. I figured I'm coming back up there, so. Or his friends deserve to know the truth. Hoju was arrested and now is arrested in Balin's because she hasn't done anything. Anyway, the bag you returned contains some of her things. I hope to get them to her. Morgul people still resent all Sanans for our occupation of their land, so we only barely escaped. My sister wasn't as fortunate. I went back to Balin's castle to free her, but that place. Wonder if we haven't been thinking about this in the wrong way. What are you pondering? I think I know. Not now. I'm just like, huh? Oh, thanks. Perhaps we shall see you again. Well, that was nice. Yeah, because we have to go back up there anyway, so. All right, real quick, gonna, oh. Huh? I needed to sell some stuff, but, interesting. Hello. Take a look at our fine weapons and armor. Okay, let's see. Sell the mystery blade. Sell smoke bomb, the sleep bomb rather. Egg on my face for saying that wrong. Battle rapier. And the leather armor. Alright. Yeah, I need to figure out the Ponjin when I go back. I haven't really figured it out yet, so I need to go back and see. I'm gonna sell this vial. Should be good. Thank you. Thank you, kind salesman. Alright, time to leave. Alright, let's go back out and let's go out and get back up. Look at the artifacts here. Oh yeah, I haven't looked at the artifacts much, huh? No, you're right, you're right. Let me... Oh, hey, you're out, you're here, yeah? Getting up here is the last of my energy. Oh, poor guy. Alright. Let me go see. Artifact. Artifacts. Take a look at the rarities. Mystery blade, Themis's axe, blow maze. Oh, wait, is it the new one? See? Not a whole lot I'm very... Oh, wait, the frost ones would be nice. Oh, the frost ones would be huge for my boy Reef. Actually, would be huge for Reef. We're gonna get him that. Now, sell the thing. Okay, cool. The other ones weren't... Oh, okay, sorry. My voice started... It's in the consumables section. Consumables? Wait, wait, what? There's artifacts in the consumables? They have artifacts? Oh, they have the Sun Saga stuff. I see. Oh, and they have the stick. Oh, yeah, I need that. Hang on. 8 coins for the stick. First part, second part. I read the first part, right? I have the book. Okay, so we have the consumable. Let me go to... Let's go back up really quick. Bought the stick. No, good on you. I didn't even realize that the consumables had an artifact section, so that's new. That's new to me. That's new and news to me. So it is good that we caught that. That's actually a lesson I'm gonna have to remember. Because that's important. Hello, sir. Items. He gave to Reef. Stick. Uses his trusty stick. Hey, that looks pretty sturdy. Can I try it out? There you go. Thanks. This should work great. Fish, here I come. Oh my god. This poor Jin is getting yoinked into the stratosphere. Hello, friend. That's not a fish. Nice catch, but I don't think we can eat it. Do you want it? I am not eating the Jin. What a horrible idea to eat this beloved creature. Dewdrop. Let's see. At 5. My god. The sheer number of Jin that are just off right there. Oh, brother. All right, let's get out of here. All right, cool. So he has this fishing rod. We have the Jin. I think that's everything we need right now. I think we can continue forward. We'll save my game while I have the chance. If it turns out I'm missing something, I can just warp back to this moment. Kind of funny. I don't think... I'm trying to remember. Was there an artifact section to the consumables in... Oh, you know, I can take the shortcut. Never mind. I have a shortcut. I can take that. It just occurred to me, I don't know if there was a relic section in the consumables in the first 2 games. There might have been, but I don't... If there was, I don't remember it very well. Maybe it's just something that it might well be something I just don't remember, and not something that wasn't there. Sometimes the holes in our memory are harder to patch up, you know? All right, we're back here. Sada. Thank you for keeping your promise. Hello, Sveta. How did you... Wait, of course, you already know. Looks like you kept your promise too. I've come to meet you, but you haven't yet seen if I can keep the promise to guide you. You'll keep that promise though, right? Of course. Is that the what is that like the slap move? Oh, she really is an adept. I don't think I've seen this synergy before. What is it called? It's called slap synergy. Slap synergy? You invented the 5-hand discount? Good for knocking things around or waking up sleeping people. Can I just say, there's a very specific notion to having a synergy that is explicitly waking up people with the slap. That is a particular kind of brusque. Given that and my other powers, do you think I'll be a worthy addition to your group? Yes. Looks like we're all happy to have you, Sveta. Why do you want to go to Morgul, Sveta? I have business there. I need to catch up to someone. I'll not let my gold interfere with yours. I accept his leadership. I hope you'll tell us more someday, but that'll have to wait. Let's go. Sveta joined your party. Okay, what level is Sveta? What level is Sveta? Please be at least a little bit higher level. 20. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. She's actually the same level. Thank God. Unlike a meaty who unfortunately got dunked on for being capable. All right, let me switch with Karis really quick. You say that she's quite good. I will test that theory. Oh, she comes with 5 Jinn of her own? Holy crap, really? Huh. That's pretty cool. Alright. Starting to regret not bringing some extra equipment with me, but... How's her equipment, anyway? Oh, they gave her, like... Wait. Okay, alright, I have several questions. The first one being, are you telling me that the level doesn't matter with Sveta, she's just straight up the best? Really? Let me see your synergy. Spirit Sense, send someone's heart even beyond death, slap. Track. Whirlwind. Boon. Interesting. Okay, let me test that theory. I would like to test the theory. You know what I would also do? Just to, like... I feel like at some point I'm gonna need to do this as well. I'll have to bring out a meaty because he needs to level up some more. But let me see what Sveta can do. I would like to inspect what her capabilities are. Okay, so there's another slap. I had to stop. My brain really... Okay, so she just punches people. Understood. Okay, what are her synergies do? Beast form. Beast form? What the heck is this? Oh my god, what the heck is all this? She has so much. Why does she have so many? She has so many synergies. Okay, I'm kind of curious what beast form does. I want to see it. I would like to try it out. Ooh. Oh, she takes like no damage in this form. What the heck? Okay. Maul Rampage. I'm sorry, the what? Oh, so she's like good. I see. That's just what she does. She just beats people up. That's pretty good. Okay. Like, in terms of elemental damage, she's not the best, but that's pretty darn good. That's pretty cool, actually. Not to mention the fact that she's also seems to be one of the more... Got a warrior's helmet. Good. Boosts earth power and crit. Oh, that's fantastic, actually. That's huge. Question. Can I give this to... Cool. I would like to check. Oh, okay, let me see. Let me do like one attack turn just to see how she does. Well, she just kills that guy. Okay, real talk. If she's pretty darn good. I will confess, the thing I kind of want to do is swap out Reef instead. Because if I want a healer on the team, I'd actually prefer to have... like... Here's the thing, is that I'm thinking right now that... Because Kara's healing is AoE healing. So her healing works better. But Sveta's damage output is really good. And also, Karis is she's still great damage, so... Yeah, I am making the executive decision to try this. I like this a lot. I like the concept. So let me see what else we got. It just occurred to me as well that I could theoretically try to stack up her the attack stats on Sveta. Because then we could try and... The possibility is we could try and boost up her attack. It wouldn't be bad at all. The only problem is it's like minuscule changes, really. The only problem is that it is like very minor changes to her stat line. Which is not... That's not really what I'd want to see, you know? Kind of like, okay, that's not really going to help, so... We'll leave it for now. Okay, I do want to double check that other room really quick just to be safe. I don't want to miss anything, you know? Okay. I just wanted to be sure. Gives me a chance to try out... Because I'm not really finding that elemental resistances are causing me much in the way of issues. Because we haven't really run into any battles where I haven't been able to just brute force smash through an enemy with my fists, so... Okay. I'm thinking of like two different memes hearing the word slap, and both of them are like, one of them is the... I'm thinking of Apple Bottom Jeans, particularly that version sung by the Beach Boys that someone made. But I'm also thinking of the that one video where the guy's like, how could she slap? How could she slap me? Ah. I remember that guy. I remember that. Also, question, why is this dungeon... why are we slapping their nose? We decided, oh, that's pretty. Oh, that's a funky little effect. What the heck? I have not yet seen an effect like this in any other dungeon. That is very cool looking. What the heck? I just... Why is that so fascinating? It's such a needless detail, but it just makes me happy to see. You know what I mean? There are more exits here than I remember. Ah, footprints. She can smell it on the air. Monsters obviously travel through here. We follow their scent. It should lead to the correct exit. If I use my track synergy, you will all be able to detect the scent. Interesting. I can only imagine using this synergy next to something that smells really bad would be a horrible decision. Oh, that's funky. Oh, that is funky. That is very odd. There's something kind of odd about, like, this being in the game for some reason. I think it's only the specificity of it. Huh. Very neat, though. Alrighty. Big dog. Big dog. And we'll try Plasma. You know what's funny about Sveta's particular stance? She's reminding me of somebody. What was his name? Legend of Dragoon. That's who it's reminding me of right now. His name is absolutely... It's again one of those things where it's only when I try to remember a character when I'm not playing the game do I have exactly this moment of trying to remember character names. Like, yes, I want to remember the martial artist from Legend of Dragoon, and it's like, all right, can you remember it right now? No. Like, every time. Every single time. Mithril Circlet. That's probably good. Give to RS, I guess? You know what I just realized? There's that one timeline where Karis... I'm seeing it now that what I imagine probably happens to some people is that they probably started playing the game in the way that Karis sits in the back once you get Sveta, and she just becomes like, okay, just spam the heal button whenever you're done in a fight. Which... It reminds me a little bit of... There's two different characters it reminds me of. Morgana from Persona 5 and the old man from Dragon Quest XI, because both of them kind of sadly end up in this exact position where instead of ever entering fights unless you know, the game demands you do, they basically sit in your like party in the back line, and they are brought to heal and nothing else. They do nothing else but heal your team, which is fine, but man, it definitely does have a certain effect on your ability to respect the character mechanically. It's one of those things where I think it does end up inadvertently affecting your perception of the character, because once they exit combat and stop being useful, it can make some things a little harder to really it can make it harder to respect the character, you know, which I think is a shame, but it can happen. Can't blame the player though if they find a character they really like and they're making the efforts to use them. It's hard to tell them that they're wrong, you know? Ow. Doesn't hurt either. That her defense stat is quite impressive. I need to look up the name of the character now. It's like it's bugging me that because she's doing the same punch motion, which I'm... I like that Slap has it in battle application as well as out of battle. It seems to me like in battle, if one of your party members falls asleep, you could use it that way, but you could also use it to reset the status ailment. What was his name? Hashel, that's his name, Hashel. It was Hashel. It's Hashel from Legend of Dragoon. Because I'm remembering specifically the way he punches. He does like that forward jab. I wonder if they modeled... I'm just guessing. They probably modeled Sveta's martial arts off of a similar... Or maybe even the same martial arts style. Because it seems like she's also doing the same stance as well. You know, the arms down sort of thing. I will confess, I personally don't really get that style, though, because... Okay, so they go this way, they go... Whoa. Get this guy. I might need to try Slap. I want to try Slap in battle, just to see what it does damage-wise. I would like to test it out. Energy Slap. Please get... Oh, no, it died. Never mind. Oops. I do appreciate Sveta a lot, though. I'm already appreciating the power of this lass. This gal does have some sauce. I will confess. Why is this? Why? Oh. Huh? Mint. What is this mint? It raises agility permanently. Let's see. I probably want to give it to Karis because if she's going to be my group healer, like if she's going to be the battle healer, then it would be wise to have her have more, because I want her healing to come out first, so probably not a bad decision to give her the mint on Karis. Okay, so yeah, so she has the highest agility in general. Okay, good. I checked it. Track. Okay. So I know that one of these is entirely wrong. So this one's wrong. I think all of them. Do they all just? Yeah, they all just loop back to that section. Let's see that. The only problem is I don't know if the other pathways have stuff I can go get. So might be necessary for me to go check. Bit of a my current desire is to go check the other pathways, but pretty sure I just need to go. I'm pretty sure it's just go down this one and we're good. Let's see, where did we end up though? Oh, so the other one just put you over there. I see. See where we're going, huh? Let's see. See that whole puzzle over there, and I know I'm gonna have to deal with it, but this moment I don't have to. Huh. Why am I back here? Oh, because I can go this way now. I see. That's right. So that's a shortcut to go back. If I want to go back, I can go back that way. I see. Okay. Guessing then. Actually, I do have one actual question. I do want to check something up there really quick. Back up there. There's one thing I want to check really quick just because of the room we landed in. There was something I wanted to see. True. I also the extra fights will be worth it because it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. All right. Quake sphere. Here. I'm pretty sure this won't do much, so I'm just gonna attack. This should finish the job, I think. Okay, not bad. Yeah, her defense stat is really good, actually, because she's very much shaking off every attack that comes her way. Bonk. He's dead. Oh. Nice. Okay. That worked out nicely. I think it was the one furthest to the right. This one all the way over here. This one. I think this is the one I wanted to go to. Okay, straight up though, there is no treasure over here, so that's an oops on my part, but you know what? My curiosity is sated. I'm fine to leave. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything over there I missed. I'm okay with that. Honestly, sometimes it's better to actually see what's going on over there and get the answer, no matter how disappointing. I know this is a bit of a weird one, and nobody has to get too specific about this. Does anyone? All right, it's a weird thing. Okay, So in video games, there are some places you can't go into, but you can very easily imagine what would be over there, right? Like backgrounds, vistas, buildings that don't have usable doors, but they have a door, In real life, do you guys have any places like that? Like it's in the background, you've seen it 1,000 times, but you've never been inside of it. Like it's just one of those areas that like it's just if your life was a video game, it would be those places that you can't actually enter. Because I have like 5 of them. There's like 5 of those kinds of places nearby me, where it's like I see them all the time. I've never been inside them. Like there's like 2 churches that I really want to go inside them at some point. Like I have the free will. I could just walk inside if I wanted. But it's like, it's one of those things where it's just like, but do you? And then there's like a whole like company building literally 1.5 miles away from me that's like, it's been there for decades. And I've never even so much as seen the lobby. I've just seen its glass facade. I've seen the big sign on it, and I've never been inside. Like, it's one of those things that when you're talking about video game design, some places aren't going to have an interior. They're not going to be built in, and that's fine. Because it's one of those things where sometimes the set dressing is just set dressing. It's meant to be a facade to give you the illusion of depth and nothing more. But sometimes it's like, it is a real thing-ish. Because some video games, they do the full thing where, yeah, there is a full modeled city all the way over there. I think it's variable, but some Gary's Mod maps, the skyboxes they make around your map, some of them get really in depth. Like, oh yeah, here's like a whole streets of buildings you can see out there, but you can't touch them. They're very clearly there, but they're not there, if that makes sense. And I don't know, just... Am I going crazy? Does it sound like I'm a lunatic at this point? Am I making sense? Just one of those things that just, it's in the back of my head of like, I'm thinking about that, I think about that sort of stuff. This is the exact sort of video gamey type of thing that happens in real life where there are parts of your world that will always exist, but you will never interact further than simply being aware of it, Like, there are some buildings we will never enter in our lifetime. Graciously, some buildings we won't enter in our lifetime because we won't be alive to enter them. But there are also other buildings that make us go, Hello, small one. I'm gonna use the track. Follow it. Hello. Do I understand? Maybe. My throat is getting really scratchy. Hello, egregious one. I think this game's done a pretty solid job of not having that sort of thing, though. Funny enough. I think this game's actually done a very surprising job of not giving us a whole lot of places we cannot enter. But if there's something we can't get close enough to inspect closely, it's usually something like a wide vista or some sort of like geographical structure. They very rarely put like a full building where you can't just walk up to it and, look inside. That's kind of cool. In some games, it's like you see the whole thing from the outside, and it's like, oh yeah, you could see most of the building, right? I know Eco did that a ton. Eco was very good about its environment design. Shadow of the Colossus too, because you would see the canyons way out in the distance, and you knew that those were not only real, but they were going to be a thing you go and see. It was very awesome. So this is it. Are we officially in Morgul now? I don't know, have any of you heard that noise in the distance like Sveta slaps energy? Perhaps it is the sound of the slap glove? Slap glove? The what? Oh, it's not important right now. Oh, to the northeast are the Kalima Heights Belinskis to the northwest. Oh yeah, Kalima, I'd forgotten all about it. And Belinsk. You obviously had plans to visit some of the places in Morgul, I see. Supposed to meet a friend in Belinsk. It'll be good to see Kraden again. Yeah, if the geezer actually made it there. Tyrell, there's no need to be rude. And if Kraden said he'll meet us, he will find a way to meet us. Where is this geezer person coming from to reach? Now she's referring to him as a geezer. What, you too, Sveta? He's headed through Bilibin to Belinsk. Why? That could be a problem. Bilibin and Morgul are not on friendly terms. Are they at war? I have been away for some time. I know nothing of current politics. Well, if there is a way to meet us in Belinsk, I assure you Kraden will find it. And we'll go to Klima and get your rock feather. Rock feather? Have you been pursuing the mountain rock? Yeah, do you know anything about it? I know that it is the symbol of Morgul. That is a divine creature. One does not simply pluck the feathers of divinity. I'm wondering what's got her so tense. Yeah, all we need is one feather. She could help us with that. Didn't realize we actually had to pluck the feather. Cannot go. Can I help you get your feather? I'd very much like to travel with you, but for now... Feather, what's wrong? You tell us, really. Alright, so you're a good person. I like you very much. It's been 5 minutes. Well, the rest of us then. Chopped liver. No, I also like Tyrell and Reef and Immediate Roy. Oh. Then what's their deal? You've all been so... Thank you. Cannot travel with you now, but I'll wait for your return after you get your feather. We'll go to Belinsk. You'll send me a single when you have arrived. Listen carefully. Find the band of minstrels that performs in Belinsk. Request Arangoa Prelude. Ancient musical incantation has no sheet music. Each of the 6 parts is given by a master musician to one apprentice. While it is extremely demanding to play properly performed, the piece is said to cause miracles? I will be listening for the sounds of Arangoa. With that, I will say my farewell. We got to have Sveta for 5 minutes. We'll see you in Belinsk. We'll meet again. Safe travels. Aw. We got to have Sveta for 5 minutes. Not much except for Sveta's reaction to it. Yeah, her reaction heightens my curiosity as well. What kind of bird could it be? So long as the next point of no return, so make sure to get everything before playing it. I see. Extremely large bird. Oh, Amity saw it. During a hunting lesson when I was a child, the mountain rock appeared in the sky. So once we have to play the song, that's our job. I was trying to shoot an arrow when a shadow appeared in the distance, too big to be anything but a cloud bank. In no time, the shadow was on top of us. The soldier yelled go and ran for his life. Found shelter in the woods, but as it passed overhead, I heard a faint human scream. When the adults came for us, I was shaking so badly I could barely walk. It was big enough to snatch up a person. Far larger than that. When it flew over the forest, the flapping of its wings caused a windstorm. I'd be kidding. Can we really take out something enough to make weather? Yeah. Isaac probably would fight it. He's also a veteran of countless battles and once saved the world. In any case, having Kraden with us will only improve our chances. Let's move to Belinsk. Alright. They're talking over each other a lot. My dude is so mad about this. Feel kind of bad that we lose Sveta in like 5 seconds after we... Oh, well, all right, Reef, back on the team with you. All right, Reef, back on the team. Sorry, Meaty. My poor boy. Save the game. Tepe Ruins. Okay, I will also say one thing that has been of like note to me. I do remember that. Were you shocked when you saw my firm fangs? No. I guess you've been around a bit. Well, in this area, I won't be the last beastman you see either. Can I sleep in this bed? Nope. Nope. Okay, so if I play that song, that is the next point of no return, so I have to be careful about that. Understood. Anything else I could do out here? I don't see any Jinn, and I don't see any creatures, so I guess we could just go. Okay, so we're at... Alright, that's where we are. Let me Synergy really quick. And I feel... you know what? If anything, I'm grateful I didn't give any equipment to Sveta. Because that might have been kind of annoying if I gave her all the equipment and then if I gave her like a bunch of equipment and then she... we'll read that later. We'll read that later. Maybe the next ad break I'll read the Sun Saga too. I'll let it run while I take a moment to drink some water. I've almost emptied out my my big water stein. The last couple streams I haven't really had to empty it, but I might actually empty it today. I do like... It's kind of funny. It's like the changes to the world map are so fundamental that I haven't really been able to recognize even the parts of the world that I do recall from the first two games. I don't really remember much of all this. I guess also it might also be the representation, you know, just even swapping out to Odyssey. Oh, this got upgraded. I see. I sub Ragnarok? I don't. Oh, I don't have Ragnarok anymore. Interesting. How good is Odyssey? How strong is Odyssey when I hit someone with it? Oh god. It's just a rat, dude. Oh, okay, so it just kills them. Ow. That was such an unnecessary amount of damage for one rat. I just called upon the Ragnarok on this rat. Poor guy. Oh, we don't have Sveta either, so I can't even... I know it's kind of odd, but I'm thinking right now that it would have been kind of nice to have Sveta. If there's something I could track out here, that would be nice to know. I do wonder what the deal is with Sveta, but maybe we'll find out soon enough. At the very least, this area seems to be quite open, so let's see, where am I going? I will not tell a lie. I probably should have remembered better my directions, but this is fine. I'm going to Wilinsk, so I need to go northwest. West is Lake Baikal. I think I've been to Lake Baikal, right? Pretty sure I've been to Lake Baikal. Tarantula. Get this guy. Alrighty. We're just kind of... I will say, I'm kind of just... I think fights at this point have become kind of secondary to my own... My own thought processes don't really focus in on the battles at all anymore. I feel kind of bad that battles aren't really catching my attention right now. I think, to me, that feels like that feels a bit sad. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but it feels a bit sad when the battles aren't really keeping me occupied. Because for the most part, battles are a formality. It feels like the puzzle solving and the actual busy work of going through the environments are where the real meat of the game is. Because these some of these boss fights have felt more like, oh yeah, we just need to get through them. Not, I haven't really been worried in a fight for most of the game actually. I know there was one fight earlier that I was kind of leery of, but where is this? Port Rago. Hello. Gateway to the sea for all of Morgul. Be sure to visit our famous docks. Okay. Right, one of the warriors of Vale actually sailed through the Sea of Time. That guy must have seawater for blood. Piers showed up out of the blue about 30 years ago, became a seafaring hero overnight. Wait, has it really been 30 years? Sorry, he hasn't aged more than 10. Some people were just born under a good sign, I guess. Piers does have quite the look upon him. The priest is just hanging out here. What a sad place for a priest to be. He has to sit in the inn and wait. Alrighty. Well, I'll look around here first. Maybe we can get some... Oh, we could get some nice equipment. What are the artifacts here? Looking for something special, eh? Let's see. Angelic Ankh, which is better than the staff I just got. Fantastic. Alright, we'll equip this to Reef. Equip to Reef. Whip and sell. Bye. You know what? Just to be safe, the agility boost is very good, but I don't... Equip it right away. We'll sell the thing. It's kind of like, I feel like it would be wise for me to... Probably be better if I just equip accordingly. I'm trying to think ahead about some of this equipment stuff. She's currently wearing the kimono. She'll lose some agility, but she would... her divas would only go by 3. I'll give it to Reef, though. This is fine. His defense is... that's more than 10. So still worth it to acquire. I don't think I need anything else, but we're good. Do you have any artifacts? Like a 1. Oh, I see. So I can sell the... I can check out the book. I can check out the books and then sell them to the store, and they'll be kept there. Okay, that makes more sense. Hello. Shipwrights aren't just in it for the money. They work for their own reasons. When the money is nice, when they're building one of their great ships, the whole town comes to life. Well, that's nice. The world building is... My dad had some bad trips to the Otka Sea. We don't get crab and shrimp for dinners anymore. Quite dangerous with rough waters and deadly monsters. And that's the only place where crab and shrimp are? That's sad. You're welcome to look around if you like. Oh. Cool. Borrego Docks. Hello. Interesting. Honestly, I'm just kind of like fascinated to walk around. We shipwrights say we're the best in the world. It's not like anyone can prove it per se. We can't, however, trace our ancestry back to the Exathe. That's cool. I'm just happy to see all the fun facts. Or walk around a little bit. Right? Aha. There we go. Hello, sir. I have a lot of work soon. I can feel my hands, but my hands are usually right about these things. I see. Okay, I see the grip poles. What am I using this for? What are we do? What am I doing this for is the question, you know? I see the poles. What is the objective is the question. I see a okay, there's a box up there. Is it just for loot is the question. Energy. Grip. Interesting. This is a puzzle I can solve right now is the question. Probably the big question right now is this one I can solve in the moment? Ah, jeez. Apologies. Bleh. I'm wondering if this is solvable in this current state, but I'm a bit uncertain as to what the goal is. I think more so I'm trying to figure out, can I even move this while I'm here? It seems like I can't. I need to pull it the other way, but I can't do so. I can't pull that. Might have to come back. We'll come back to this. At some point, I'll have to come back to Port Rego anyway, so I'm sure that there will be... I'm sure I'll have to come back here at some point for sure. That vision when I saw a Sanon ship. What are Sanon warships? Oh, I see. So the Sanon are coming this way. I see. Intriguing. Okay, I think we're done here for now. I can't really do much more at this moment. There's not much I can do right now, so I think I'm gonna dip. We're gonna dip for now. We're gonna... Oh, dip. I need to go to Bolinsk, so we might as well just go up there. Probably good I explore this part of the continent anyway, because it seems like we're gonna be here for a while, so... It'll be a wise decision to explore and understand what we're dealing with. That is a big creature. What is that thing? I'm gonna use Odyssey on it just to keep it down. Okay, hit him as tree. Was that right? Oh wait, no, you're right. There's that tree I could climb back there. Hang on. I'll run back really quick. I can run back. Hang on. Hardly an issue for me to run back. Man, I hope Sveta doesn't. The saddest thing to me would be if Sveta doesn't level up once or twice off rip. I went the wrong way. What are these guys? What the heck is this thing? Why are these things so tiny? Ah, jeez. You stretch my neck some more. Alrighty, Cold Forge finishes the job. Okay, we're done here. As I recall, though, I think the other games ended around level 40, I think. So I'm guessing that I'm gonna slow down leveling up after a certain point, for sure, but it does make me wonder a little bit. It makes me wonder a little bit when is this game going to slow down, you know? Also, Kabaka, welcome back in. Hope all is good. Man, I will say I was a bit worried earlier today about if whether or not I would be able to stream properly due to my. I was worried about being sick would slow me down, but I guess nothing can slow me down once I'm excited. It's like, all right, cool. The stream is moving. I am going to. It's time. 7 p.m. hits and it's time to go, I guess. I was worried for a bit there, but picked up the energy pretty nicely, actually. Hey, for the most part, it's been a hectic day. I was really looking forward to watching this stream. I've always been curious about Golden Sun. It's curious because this is the DS game, right? So this is the one that came a couple of years after the first. So the first two games, Golden Sun and Golden Sun: The Lost Age, the first game ended mid to high 30s. The second game ended at mid 60s. That's right. Oh, so yeah, you're right. Oh yeah, because the. Okay, that does recontextualize what I was thinking, because. You know what's the thing? All right, so yeah, because I guess this leads into the point I was making. Because Golden Sun and Golden Sun: The Lost Age are basically two halves of the same game. They're kind of like one long game with like two discs, as it were, in the Game Boy. It's really weird. But this game is kind of like, so this game is built more to be the two games together in length, really. Okay, so that means that we're okay. I would guess that this game might, because I'm just thinking like how many Jin we have already and how much the game has given us in terms of options. Because every character can hold 9 of these guys. We're moving up to having 6 for everybody. 72 of them. I'm gonna guess this game ends somewhere in the level 50s then. Which is kind of surprising because we haven't really been fighting all that much. Oh, sorry, there's that tree I can climb. But as I understand it, personally, when I played, after playing Golden Sun and The Lost Age, and then playing this game, I would actually say that I think the strengths of these games lies in their exploration. Like, these games do a lot of like cool exploration stuff. What did I do this for? I pushed that box. Oh, I see. The box goes down there. I understand the assignment. Maybe. Probably. Trust. Can I walk across this? No, I cannot. Okay. But I think these games, they do so much unique stuff with exploration and the use of the synergy that it's something that a lot of other role-playing games weren't doing at this time, which was just having weird exploration mechanics, you know? Like, like other games were doing stuff like this, but I don't think they were doing it with such weird variety. Okay, I need this guy to move. So this guy is in my way. How do I get past you? He's pretty interesting. The recommendation I have is to always go and play. My recommendation is to play the first two, you know, play them pretty much in a row, and then see where you're at. But this game's, I think the Lost Age. Well, this is not the Lost. This is Dark Dawn. I think Dark Dawn is interesting because it's essentially one of those. It's one of those sequels where it's a new generation. Like, oh, here's the kids of the first game's protagonists, and it's like. It's a fascinating move because, man, the protagonists of the first game really did leave the world like, I'm not gonna say bad. It's not better or worse. It's just like they changed it so radically that there is so much different at this point, despite the fact that the world is the same ostensibly. Okay. How does one go down? Can I go inside, please? Thank you. Okay, so I moved the box. Do any of you have you want a ship built, I imagine? No. Oh, so you come see the docks then. The docks are inheritance from the ancients. Aren't they amazing? I mean, I just want to see the cool stuff, man. I mean, if I had my own ship, that'd be sick, but I just want to see the cool place. I do think that I don't think I give it as much credit. I talked about some of the weird stuff in this game's world building, but it is like fundamentally this game's world building is really cool. I think all the like there's a lot of terms that this game throws around like constantly, but I think the whole concept of synergy is just neat. I think Golden Sun's the original game's introduction might be one of my favorite like prologue moments in any game. It's up there. It's like top 10 prologues in games. And I've played a lot of really good ones. Case in point, I did play like, let's see, Persona 5, Persona 3. Played. My brain just turns right off. Final Fantasy 10. Actually, come to think of it, with all the different role-playing games I've played, is prologues gonna be hard to nail. Well, it's like, I think the thing that they do with it is that they knock it out of the park, getting you interested and invested in the story you're about to take. And I think that the bookends for both Golden Sun and Golden Sun: The Lost Age are very strong. And then it's kind of like those starting and ending moments can kind of carry the whole experience, even though the rest of the game is still very good. But it's like that roaring start for the first game absolutely, like, its energy carries you through the entire first game, and then okay, you get to the Lost Age and you're still with it, you know, it still has some residuals to it, and that's a hard thing to pull off with any game, really. I think this one does a really solid job. I'm gonna snooze ads really quick. Snooze ads for me. I want to keep yapping uninterrupted. I don't think you can actually do anything in this town. I don't remember when you start being able to do stuff here. I'm guessing it's going to be if like they get a ship in or something. Like I don't think I can cross that section properly. Okay, but the box is down, so I have that done. So when we come back, we'll have that done. That's fine. But I have played a few games where the introduction is probably the worst part. And to me, it's like, as a game designer, the best thing you can do is if you nail the beginning of the game, and the beginning feels good, gets the player introduced to what's going to happen, and showcases what the game is about, I think then from there, it's like, okay, the player will stick with you for most of it. I think if there's anything I think I did in my games well, I think the introductions are pretty solid. I think Red Genie is the only... I think Red Genie, like, I know some people... I know, like... I don't think I ever heard anything bad about the introduction. I think it was mostly just that it's like, because you're getting acclimated to the main character you're hanging out with, and that can be a bit of an adjustment because it's a role-playing game, but you only have one party member, so it can be a bit overwhelming at first. But I did my best to make the character lead well. And Madman's Dice, I knocked that out of the park. I don't care. Regardless of any opinions, I knocked that one. The introduction for that one, I did really good on. I had fun with that one. That one was good. But I think sometimes, but it's like but a roaring start can really carry you through some stuff. Like, I actually think that's why I'm thinking now that Kingdom Hearts, it's probably why they organized it the way they did it, was that they wanted this very elusive, interesting start and get you invested right away. And I think it works personally, because it's like, if you didn't have that cool introduction in the beginning, I don't think anyone would have sat through that beach crap. I say crap lovingly. I love Kingdom Hearts, but oh my god, the whole go do a scavenger hunt, learn the controls thing. For kids, it's fantastic. For young adults, it's fun. I love Kingdom Hearts to death. That introduction is a very slow start. And without that weird mystery stuff in the beginning, oh my god, that whole intro would have been so annoying to go through. But they make it work, you know? Part of that is the fact that they decided to say, okay, we're gonna give you a bunch of the pieces and have you do the weird quiz stuff, and then we're gonna drop you in the tutorial to make you learn the game controls. And you know what? I don't think that's bad. Because it's funny, because it kind of like, you look at the scales of it. I mean, the ball flying from your face into your face from Waka is pretty quick. Oh, that's Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, and Final Fantasy X that happens too. Actually, Final Fantasy X's introduction is so freaking sick. Also, yeah, no, the music in Final Fantasy X, the stuff that plays during the Blitzball game, when it becomes relevant later in the game, ooh, that rhyming cinema, that's some good stuff. Hello. Emails wait for rock feathers, but we can't get through the forest. Sometimes I hate being a merchant. Bizarre, you walk into the forest, no matter what you do, you end up back at the entrance. Interesting. Hired a guard that escorts us into the forest. We just woke up outside the woods. Yeah, I haven't seen any sign of our guard though. Still think he turned into a tree. It's the only answer that makes any sense. If you guys want to be rich, go in and get us a rock feather. You're rich. You look like natural feather finders, and we're wealthier than we look. Lima is the rotten little village nearby. It's not beautiful like Saha Town. Don't bother going there. Well, that's nice. Making Hearts, but yeah, I can imagine FFX feeling like that too. Final Fantasy X really did a good job with this introduction. It was probably it's one of the ones I would say is the best one. But yeah, I kind of forgot Kingdom Hearts. I kind of forgot Waka throws a ball at you. I forgot about that. I also, you know what's funny? I always forget that Waka and Tidus are on that island. It's very bizarre to me that they're even there. But yeah, no, it is. Personally, I think though that some introductions can get away with certain things, like doing the long tutorials you can kind of get away with it if you have a very strong opening note, you know, something that immediately catches the attention. I'd actually argue Dark Souls 1 does this the same way, where here's your introduction to the lore with the world, with like, here's your world setting, it's like the D&D, like you opened up the campaign with this opening monologue, and then okay, here you are, and you see the prison, and you're there, and you're with it, and that works out pretty nicely. I will heal, thank you. But I think that the other thing though is that I think endings have to be just as strong. I'd actually say Final Fantasy IV might be the textbook example of what I mean. Because I think Final Fantasy IV, its introduction, like introducing you to Cecil, and by extension also Kain, the introduction of those two characters, and then showing and giving you a clear idea of the struggle that Cecil's going through. Beautiful cinema. The end of the game, giving the whole thing with the whole sequence at the end. It works out. It works very, very well. It's very strong. But the thing is that the beginning and the end being so strong means that once a player plays through the game once, it is ingrained in them that they remember the beginning, they remember the end. Any difficulties in the middle shrink away. And that's where I think, personally, this is where I think nostalgia forms. Where like that love of a game, that connection comes from anything that might have frustrated you, that might have shut you away in a moment, it shrinks in the gap between, because that gap between the beginning and the end and any of your highlight moments in the game, those moments will coalesce around it. That's true. I don't know if, oh yeah, the ad break's on. We will continue this discussion. I'm going to take a moment to stretch and let my throat rest. I don't know if you may brought it up earlier, but when we did our Alone in the Dark Illumination stream, it had a really interesting final level. Could have really nailed the landing if the game wasn't so glitchy. They did talk about the game, and they talked about how it was glitchy, and we had an interesting conversation about that, but I didn't quite get to hear about the final level. I need to look into that at some point. I need to look into this game and like the whole series, because it seems like this series has some interesting moves. I need to take a gander at some point, because it does seems like it's got some sauce. I gotta take a gander at some point. I like it. That's pretty good. Ah, jeez. One thing I do need to do at some point. I do need to follow back. See that from here? Not do it from here. I'll have to take a look at that when I can. Alrighty. Whew. Taking a moment to stretch and rest. Oh god. Oh, very achy. I think I mentioned it Sunday that I didn't really realize that I could still dance. One of those things that there's some muscles that dancing pulls. It pulls from me many muscles I forgot existed. Probably should do that more often, because it is fun to cut a rug, you know? Oh boy. Ad break is almost over. I'm gonna drink some water while I have a moment. There we go. Okay, much better. It is a shame, though. Sometimes when I'm sick, my voice does cool stuff, and I can't replicate it. Can't replicate such things when I'm not sick, which is a shame. Can't get that gravelly, like, start. Yep. I think I could do a good Wolverine. But, of Kalima. Oh, is it Kalima the place of the werewolf? I need to check the. Let me check the encyclopedia. Okay, but Kapaka, to your statement, we did not get to talk about the final level, but we did talk about the fact the game was pretty glitchy. Because they mentioned that it was glitchy, but I didn't quite get to hear the specifics. But it does seem to me like a village. Trouble history leads neighboring folk to think it is cursed. Interesting. But yeah, I didn't get to hear the specifics, but I did hear that the game was quite glitchy. But some games, that is kind of like, I feel like the end stages of a game can sometimes the ending can redeem a game. Like, a game can be mediocre, but then it can kind of lift itself out of itself and be better. Kind of seems, to me, it seems mean to say it like that, but sometimes that is the case. Maybe between Saha and Kalima is closed right now. Kalima used to be near Bilibin. It moved 30 years ago and the Golden Sun changed everything. Okay, so that's closed. Remember the ads, and yeah, the glitchiness is pretty infamous, though there are good parts of the game too. I will confess, my general optimism for most games does include the ending. It's like, my general optimism towards most games leads me to look at the good things in it, and I will do my damnedest to try and at least explain why some of the bad things would happen and what could have been done to improve them. But graciously, you know, knock on wood, I haven't hit any games that have made me genuinely not like. I think there's only been no. Okay, there's been one game that I had to step away from for a moment and then try again, and that was Scorn back in the day. I remember specifically I had to like I couldn't figure out where to go, and some of that was because the game. I remember distinctly what caused that problem in that game, and it was explicitly that the art style has one problem, and that is that it is very hard to spot in Scorn what is interactable sometimes. And maybe it was just like some tunnel vision on my end, but there were points where I was just like, brother, what are we doing here? Northeast Kalima, Fork, Porago, West Belensk. Gotta go this way. But yeah, there are times though where I was just like, I had to go. I went and played the game off stream and then replayed it again on stream to talk about it. That's a game I would say is an art piece through and through, and not a very good video game. Like, fantastic viewing experience, very interesting art style, and very, very gruesome. But in terms of the player's experience, it's not very good. I would not recommend it as a player. Definitely the thing I would be like, people should check this out and see what it does. But otherwise, I'm like, you know, kind of like making that gesture, like, no, don't do that. Okay, so this is Belensk. They have good music here. Made it to Belensk. Somewhere we should meet Kraden again. City's enormous. I suppose the capital Morgul needs to be, though. Sounds reasonable. Yeah, I think it's like... I'm overwhelmed. It's so here. Oh, yeah. I don't know why, but why do these characters remind me of... like Diddy Kong Racing? Didn't Sveta tell us to request a song from a band when we're ready to meet her? It's called R and Go, a Prelude if memory serves. Let's start by looking for Kraden. Okay, so we gotta talk to people and do stuff. But yeah, so I think some games land in the unfortunate zone of, I think, like, the thing is, there's like, for me, there's four pillars to games. There's the gameplay, there's the art, there's the story, which encompasses world building, characters, and plot. And then there's the audio. And this is all wrapped in, to me at least, it's wrapped in like some of the big core tenets of like genre. It's in, you know, tone. It's in some of those like overarching choices that affect all things. And sometimes the art and the audio can make it, it's like if your gameplay isn't great, but your art and audio are fantastic, you have a very good art piece. I would say that, not to deride them, but things like the walking simulator, stuff like that falls into this, where the art, audio, and I would say the storyline are more important than the gameplay. And sometimes that's fine, but if you I think dropping any more than one pillar of like the game, that can cause issues. Like if you drop storyline down, not like you get rid of it entirely, but you drop it down a little and you do the other three, that's basically the like NES era. That's like arcade games. Is you do everything else really, really good. Like gameplay is great, audio is great, art is fantastic. Storyline is minimal. I would say like the original Doom fits under that, where it's like you read the instruction manual, you get your idea. You get an idea of like, you get an idea of what's going on, and that's all you need, right? Let's see. 4. But I think that's the key. I think there's a lot you can get. There's a mileage you can get out of games of varying combinations of those. But if you start dropping too many things, that's when games start being bad. Like I would argue that bad audio, funny enough, I think bad audio kills FPS games harder than anything else that I've seen. Because I've played a couple of first-person shooter games where the gun sounds are very wimpy, and it's like I do not care if the guns are gonna sound like, you know, water pistols. I'm not interested. You know, like what are we doing here? Like what silliness is this? Give me a freaking, give me a freaking goofy looking. Give me a gun. Give me like a little water gun. Oh, that foolishness. But in truth, though, it is one of those things that I think it's the sort of thing that can really affect a game, though, is when they do exactly that, like what I mean, where they water pistol simulator but without the water pistols. I'm trying to remember. I think it was the. I'm trying to think what the game. Like I think it was that. It was a Walking Dead game that came out. I would say World War Z kind of had this problem a little bit when I played that back in the day. The guns weren't awful, but they weren't really. They were not standout. They were not really They really weren't standing out as like, you know, really stellar gun sounds. It's kind of like, oh yeah, they're stock. They're kind of like stock sounds. It's like, oh, that's all right. Not bad, but certainly not like the most exciting thing to really get into. But I would say also the other ones I can think of off rip is I think like the PS3 era had some games that were kind of weird like that. I think Flash games also were the most like. I think Flash games also had like a lot of weird issues with this sort of thing because some of them were using stock sounds that they could just acquire for free, and some of that would lend to kind of poor like audio choices, and the games would just kind of be like, oh yeah, they're all right. Some of the best online games had some really good sound design though. There's one in particular I'm thinking of. It's the Last Stand. It's a zombie game. Oh, it's just an empty pot. How did he get up there? I know the Last Stand had some really solid. It was some pretty darn good audio there. What am I doing here? Can I light this on fire? No. I see the water gin, but I'm not sure how to reach it. Might be something I have to... No, I have to go from below, so I have to reach it from there. We still haven't found Kraden either, so I'm not exactly moving fast. Oh. I've seen an old human in town? No, I can't say I have, but I watched the front gate closely. That's awkward. Means Kraden might have gotten stopped. That's not good. Oh. Find out War Champa. Oh, I remember Champa. That was a place. I remember the Champa well, actually. People of Champa more alike than most of my country would care to admit. Briggs worried about what Briggs will do to us. Briggs? Grizzled Sailor is the de facto ruler of the notorious Champa pirates of Father Oilio? By his brash demeanor, his sentimental side, which is his old and worn out ship. Interesting. A lot to explore in this city, I'm not gonna lie. What do I need to figure out? One thing I am wondering is do I need particular synergy to move things around? Do I need Sveta's synergy to move that around? I will say this jazz is... It's not bad, but my brain is really not jiving with it. Can I move anything? Oh, you know what? Maybe I can insight and see what we need. Oh, I see. I need to... Well, this is just gonna be rude. I have to douse their fire? That's just mean. Okay, what does that even give me? Insight's just like, yeah, they're not happy. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. You're dowsing. Yeah, let me get some hydration here. Ah, that's the end of the water. Oh. Not often I go through all my water, because usually it's like, okay, I meter it out a bit better, but honestly, probably going through it all today was probably a good move. I Bolinsk Opera House. What? Opera House? An old legend about the opera house that everyone hears. Home to beautiful music. Dragon love this music and never want to be a part of it, so turn itself into a chandelier inside. That's cool. Oh, lady. One of the chandeliers here is actually a dragon. I've never seen it, but I bring it dinner every day. I must really like the food I make because it's always eaten up when I come back. I don't know if it would turn... Okay. I don't know if it would turn back into a chandelier, but... Like, back and forth, but... Interesting decision, I think. Kind of cool that we could even walk around this area like this. Just kind of neat. Place is very cool. I'm trying to think though, because this, I believe this is still Motoi Sakuraba doing the music. He's covered a fair number of genres at this point over the course of this game. Okay, so this puts us in the back section of Bolinsk. So where are we at now? If I do it back here, it's locked from the inside. I'm trying to figure out where I am. I do like when games let you explore areas like this. Honestly, this one's been pretty good about... Like, there have been points where this game has been pretty... You know, there's parts where this game is linear to an extent. But this is a pretty open-ended question. And especially for what we're doing, this is a pretty open question for what we're trying... For, like, okay, where do we want to go to find Kraden? We might have to call it mid-search, but... Honestly, I'm not too upset with that, because that means we have more time next time to just walk around and enjoy the scenery. And this, I would reckon this would probably be a very conscious decision to make the player explore in this manner. To give them a space where they just have to walk around and figure it out. Because there are, I think a lot of role-playing games can kind of hurt themselves if they rush the player along. I heard they caught a Sanan girl, but I don't know what happened to her after she went to the castle. Oh, that's probably Hoju? Okay, so no one has seen... I'm guessing nobody's seen Kraden here yet, so that means he's probably in the next town over. Let's see. I immediately understood the assignment. Because this puzzle is not too shabby. Maybe a fine line for balancing exploration. A lot of it comes down to pacing, you know? Like, I think it comes down to a question of pacing. Not necessarily that there's a better or worse way to do it, but I think that there's... The key is that the developers should be... They should have a good hand on the throttle, as it were, you know? Like, it should just be, okay, I know I want the player to slow down at this section. I want them to actually explore the space and take a look at it. And by giving the player a space that is meant to just be you walk around and explore kind of thing, that can actually really help out this sort of... I would say it can really help out this exact sort of situation. You know what? Hang on. I just realized. This. There we go. Now we have, because Karis is, I think, the stronger of the two. Oh, very cool. Very cool. Let's get out of here. It also helps that this game does have a fair bit of optional stuff to go look for. I think the Djinn alone as like a side quest for gaining power can really, it really does help the game. I won't say pad, but it does help it control the pacing. Been over here already. I still haven't figured out how to get to that one Djinn that's in that one in the house over here. I don't know if I can do anything with this one yet. Yeah, because this one, I don't know what we can... I don't know how to deal with this one. Yeah, I don't see it. I do like the... I like that this game, because it's more focused on exploration than it is on... I would say that it's more interested in its... I would always say it's more interested in doing exploration than it is combat. And that's not to its detriment, I think. So I think this game, it provides a world more inclined for exploration than I think even other role-playing games, I think, don't quite nail just wanting to wander around in the same way. I think the only other one of this ilk that my brain is jumping to. Whoa. We don't have Sveta. I can't do that. Okay, got it. Good to know. That one's immediately locked out. Good. Okay. We have been walking around a lot. I think we might want to call it here because I don't really know if I can find... Don't know if I'll be able to find anything else right now. Hello. Got a request? No. We get a lot out of traveling Morgul, playing our music. It's nice to be able to bring joy to people. Maybe only a temporary respite from troubles, but it's great to help people forget their cares. I'm sorry, I'm reading too fast. But you know what? I appreciate those people doing what they're doing what I want to do, and with their music, really travel. That's nice. All right, let's save the game. I think that's fair. Yeah, because right now I do think that also if we call it here, we can. I think we can very quickly pick up the pace next time. All right, so thank you everybody for coming, and thanks to everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. Tomorrow we're playing more. They have other songs they can play besides the prelude. Ooh. I might need to look into that. We'll do it next time. I'm gonna make a note about. it. Or Sun West. I'll do it next time. It'll be the hook for next stream. I'll just listen to music. So tomorrow we're playing Neo: The World Ends With You. We're still on that. And Sunday we're gonna play a game called Tamashika because I'm interested into what it's gonna do. I think I needed a break from Ocarina of Time. I am contemplating recording Ocarina of Time rather than streaming it, but we will see. Because it might depend on where I'm at, but we'll see. I think it might be what we do though, but we'll see. It depends on how much time I have this week. And yeah, so yeah. Thank you all. We got raided twice because Luke popped in as well. I think I need to raid. Okay. I need to raid out because I feel like that's correct of me. Hey, stream Mickey, hope you have a good day. Well, thank you for coming in. Oh god. Forgot that this thing really hates it when I open any sort of browser. Let's see. How are we doing, Kupo? Let's see. Let's see. Where am I going? It's gonna do that a couple times. I do apologize. Holy god. I think I'll raid out to my good friend Alita. Yes. Alrighty. Well, now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now and thank you so much. I'll see you soon. I'm Wander's playing FF1. Yeah, we'll go to Alita. We will pop in on Time Wanderer next time I can, though. Make a promise of that.